Welcome to the ArmaniTalks podcast. I'm your host, ArmaniTalks. In this podcast, I'm helping you level up your communication skills every Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If this is your first time on the channel, welcome aboard. Be sure to hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification to stay updated with the latest content. Today, we are back with Unapologetic Truths, episode 17, and we have a guest on, Harshina. What's up?
Hey Arman, how are you doing? And for those wondering what is Harshina, it's because today is Women's Day and I have decided to identify as a woman because there was a big discount at the restaurant I usually eat at. So I'm a woman now, call me Harshina, and if you call me Harsh today, you are going to get cancelled, transphobe.
All right, let me make a note just to make sure I call you Harshina. Are you actually planning on going to a restaurant with that name?
Sure, why not?
I
I
wonder.
mean, what is the qualification to identify as a woman? Like, what do you require? Because as far as I understand, you just have to claim that you are a woman, and I am doing that.
How's it like in India with a lot of these rules?
They don't exist. It's a joke for the internet. It doesn't exist in India so far. I'm going to bet a lot of money that it eventually will exist in India because of the way things are going, and all Eastern countries are becoming westernized. So it's going to happen, but so far it hasn't happened.
Well, that was one of the more interesting things from our last episode with Kyle Trouble. I noticed that you guys had some similarities where he lives in Europe, you're from India, but the media is impacting both of your guys' location.
Yeah, I think Kyle is very intelligent and a very observant person. And he has not been brainwashed by the media of, the world. And I respect him for that.
What a random episode last or our last episode because he
He's
was
still
actually
alive.
supposed he was actually supposed to come the episode before that, but we postponed it one more, and that's when the whole Ukraine thing
Ukraine
was
thing
happening.
happened. Yeah, what do you think about the whole Ukraine thing?
I mean, I'm still at that point where I'm getting updated with it. I mean, in that episode, I was learning as much as you were because I don't know how updated you've been. And it's not something that I've educated myself in depth on. I just have a very surface level opinion of it.
Ah,
Have you been breaking it
no,
down,
no, no,
researching
no.
it?
I don't particularly care. I have a simple theory. I don't really care about what other countries are fighting and doing as long as it doesn't affect India or me. So as long as these guys are fighting and killing each other and bombing each other in their own country, I don't care. If they start coming to India, then I will wipe them both out.
Hmm. Was anything in Ukraine and Russia affecting India?
Only the news, I think. But anything affects the news. In practical aspects, not really. I will say that India is more sympathetic towards Russia because of historical reasons, where Ukraine has always voted against India in the UN. They kind of what is the word for it? Where you like talk negatively about someone after an action is being committed.
Like
Let me
gossiping?
no, no, no. Yeah. There's a word for it.
You're talking about from the lens of politics.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I see what you're saying. So it's something that Ukraine and Russia were doing to India.
No, it was something. So what would happen is that across history, Ukraine has basically been anti-India, where they voted against India in a lot of UN resolutions. They voted for the UN Council, basically the UN countries, to attack India for Kashmir and everything. And if it wasn't for Russia, like Russia vetoed a lot of these things. So Russia has been more friendly towards India historically, and Ukraine has been anti India historically. So when we conducted our nuclear tests, and now India is a nuclear armed country, Ukraine basically condemned, yeah, the word is condemned. So they condemned India for it, and All of these Western countries made a big deal out of it. So, and today they're saying things like PM Modi, and he's like important and he should say something. And like, you never stood with us for the past 30 years of your existence, and now when you're in trouble you want to come to us and help you against our friend who did stood stand with us across history. So India is more sympathetic towards Russia in general.
Mm.
And even like Western countries, for example, when the India Pakistan war happened, um, the US sent its warships and aircraft carriers towards India to attack India and support Pakistan, and the Soviets helped India repel that attack. So if it wasn't for Russia, India would have been invaded way more often. Like China would have taken way more, and US would have invaded India, etc. So India is pro Russia, which makes complete sense given history. And personally, I don't care as long as they're both bombing each other and not us.
So you seem aware of geopolitics.
I am a bit aware, but I am not an expert.
Same. It's one of those fields where even with politics in general nowadays, I'll stay updated, but I'm not one of those guys that's going to have strong opinions about different matters because I don't necessarily trust the information that's being given to us. So for you to make an opinion, you got to first trust the information and then you got to create some logic from your experiences to understand what's going on. But if you can't even trust what's being given to you, then either way, you're just going to be creating a faulty or uninformed opinion.
True. I think that both sides are lying.
The
You know what I
conservatives
mean?
and liberals.
No, I mean like Ukraine and Russia, they're both lying. In the sense that Ukraine is acting like they're winning and killing thousands of Russians, and Russians are acting like they're winning very easily. And I think that they are both lying. It would be interesting to see what happens over the next year, because these wars are typically not something that end really fast, especially at this point where a lot of the invasion has already taken place, the sanctions have already happened. So it won't be like, hey, if we withdraw now, we'll forgive you. That's not going to happen. So it's likely going to be that Putin or the Russian country, that is Russia, will make the decision that, hey, we've already gotten sanctioned. We might as well get as much territory as we can now. You see what I mean? They
Hmm.
don't have anything else to lose.
Were you the one who tweeted an image of Russian courses getting canceled from Udemy?
Yeah, that was me. It was
Oh, that was you.
Coursera. And there's a university called HSE University, which is a really good university. They have really, really good courses on Coursera, or had. And Coursera deleted all of those courses and saying that they're outraged by the war. And so apparently, Russian math is not good. Like, Russian math courses are not good because the Russian army attacked Ukraine, which is complete bullshit. All these Western companies are canceling everything Russia.
Damn, dude. See, okay, so the sanctions are going pretty far. This is what I
I
don't
think,
like. I don't like companies, the faceless companies, taking sides in politics. I believe that you should keep the product first and your ideals second. And sometimes
yeah,
they do blend.
they're hypocritical. For example, Apple is known to use child labor in China. Nestle is known to use child labor in China. And these are the companies that are giving us a moral lecture about what is acceptable, what is not. And they're acting like they own the world. Although I do think that eventually this cancel culture shit, these companies will end up canceling themselves. For example, when Visa and MasterCard exited Russia right now, well, Russians will either develop their own system or move to BTC, ETH, or XMR, like that is crypto, Web3, or go to China. That is, they will use the Chinese system and create a parallel economy or how would I put it? Say they would end the US hegemony of a lot of these companies. So I think that the China one is what's currently happening, but eventually I would hope it becomes Web3. But the point is that when these Western country companies kind of participate in a war, basically they're being used as weapons in a war, like denying the enemy water. This is basically what's going on. And eventually these all the other countries will realize that, and they are realizing that, and find a way to create alternatives. For example, if Visa and MasterCard can't be relied upon, then all big countries need to have their own system, because these companies only exist with you until you are on good terms with America. Because if you're not on good terms with America, then it's like you can't use all of these services anymore. So these are not services you can rely upon. So they shouldn't be the national service. You see what I mean? So
Hmm.
eventually this is like slow motion suicide in my opinion, where it hurts you more than it hurts the enemy, even though it hurts the enemy more right away.
You think it's going to spark more innovation?
I hope so, man. I really do hope so. Or at least it's going to spark more competition,
Hmm.
because earlier it was there are a handful of companies and they own the market. But when the network effects go away, for example, all of the people in Russia were using Twitter, but now Twitter is not in Russia. So you can make your own clone of Twitter, and maybe the Russian government can help market it and create a new Twitter with only Russians, or say with the world plus Russians, and anyone can join it. And there will be network effects for sure, because the previous network just like, doesn't exist anymore. So you can start a new network. So the network effects will be there. And once that happens, once that is successful, the old Twitter can't come back to Russia, because the network effects in Russia for the new Twitter alternative have already been established. So are you aware that Facebook is not that popular in Russia at all? Because before Facebook got popular in Russia, someone made a clone of Facebook, and that clone of Facebook is really, really popular in Russia. So Facebook could not find a way to break into their network effects of the clone. And since these companies are going away, it opens up space for a new clone to come in and then take the market. Of course, this will not happen in one day. It's going to take a while, and it's going to be very painful for everyone involved in Russia until this happens. But I believe this is a positive for the world, because it introduces more competition in the market eventually. See, this is a lot like, getting kicked out of the family house, where let's say you had a tyrannical parent and they were all my house, my rules, my house, my rules. If you don't listen to me, you kicked out of the house, kicked out of the house. And then, okay, you get kicked out of the house. So for a while, you're going to be living on the street. But eventually, I hope you will get a job or like start a business or whatever, and make your own house. And once you have your own house, you no longer have to deal with the whole tyranny of my house, my rules. So I think eventually this is going to turn into a positive for the world. I really hope it goes the Web3 crypto route and not the China route, because I think that is more beneficial to the world than the China route. Because the China route is just another guy with his own rules, his own house.
I'm trying to think real quick because let's say what you're saying is true, where Russia develops their own sort of social media platform. I wonder if it's mainly going to be popular just in Russia or if it's going to be trendy mainstream, like a Facebook and a Twitter.
I don't know. I think like I would say at least it would be popular in Russia, given the experience of the Chinese, which, for example, the Chinese social medias are popular in China but not outside of China. But TikTok is popular across the world. So I think it would be popular at least in Russia, but it might also get popular everywhere else, because the Russians can be smart. They can say, hey, we don't have all these rules where we'll cancel you for being woke, or sorry, not being woke and not believing in all the nonsense the woke people believe. and we have more free speech. So it might actually replace the existing network. I'm not saying that the probability is very high, but it is certainly there.
Do you know if they have an Amazon in Russia?
I am not aware. Tell me.
No, I actually have no clue because I'm thinking real quick. Hold on, let me check if there's an Amazon Russia. Yeah, so it looks like that there are like sellers from Ukraine in the Amazon area, but I can't find any reliable article. So I'm not positive. But ultimately, I mean, wrapping this all back to the beginning, I think companies should find a way to stay out of politics because when they get into politics, it dilutes the product quality. And it seems as though if you scale nowadays, eventually you're going to get dragged into politics. Did you notice that? I know,
Somewhat. I think
I
a
noticed
lot
it
of
with,
these companies just let themselves get dragged. I don't know why. But for example, a shoe company like Adidas or Nike, like even if they are not politically opinionated, it's not like people won't wear shoes.
well, Nike was pretty politically opinionated a couple of years ago. I don't know if they took the side of Colin Kaepernick or if it was Adidas. I'm pretty sure it was Nike, but that ended up ostracizing a large part of their user base. And Harsh, I think this goes on to show why scaling and being mainstream is not always a good thing. It's because eventually your North Star is pulled in different directions. And that's why I asked about Amazon, because Amazon's core philosophy has always been the same. A customer is number one. I don't see them getting too involved with different politics because they're always focusing on innovating for the customer. So, how often do you guys use Amazon?
All the time.
Okay,
I
that's
think I
pretty
get a
integrated.
package every day,
Buying
which is
books.
usually a book or some equipment. But lately, you know what? I'll tell you the whole story of how I started buying on the internet. So earlier, I used to think everything on the internet was a scam. Like this was back in what, 2012 or 13, where I or my family, we didn't really trust that anything on the internet was real. And it was considered very risky culturally to, put your debit card information or bank information on the internet to buy something in India. And then we had a site called Flipkart come around. And Flipkart was amazing back then. Everyone would use Flipkart to buy stuff like books, and it was like the Amazon of India of that day. And they advertised so much that they got people out of the fear of putting their card information online, and people realized that online is actually better than offline because the product is more likely to be genuine and not fake. And if there was problems, these online companies typically side with the customer in their returns department. So that they introduced online purchases to me, and my first online purchase was made via Flipkart. Then Amazon came in the market, and for some reason, I think Amazon just has more money to burn, but everything on Amazon is cheaper than it is on Flipkart. So I started buying from Amazon more often. So earlier, I would first check the price on Flipkart, then I would check the price on Amazon, and I would buy on whichever is cheaper. But then, as time passed, almost every single time I checked, Amazon was cheaper. So I stopped checking. And now I just buy from Amazon. And I buy a lot of stuff from Amazon, usually books, clothes, even laptops, phones. And this microphone that I'm talking to was bought from Amazon. So was the interface, so were all the cables, so was my keyboard, etc. So Amazon is really the everything store here. And nowadays, I even buy groceries on Amazon,
Hmm.
groceries, food items, etc.
Have you ever read the book Invent and Wander?
I have not. Tell me more.
So it's the collected writings of Jeff Bezos, and I highly recommend this book if you're an entrepreneur or an upcoming businessman.
Wait, let me
The
order it.
from where?
Amazon. What is the name?
Invent and Wander.
Invent and Wonder.
And there's a subtitle, The Collected Writings of Jeff Bezos. Overall, in this book, Harsh, it talks about Jeff Bezos' philosophy, where there's two things that make him unique. Number one,
Hmm.
he's a long term thinker. He doesn't necessarily care about the stock going up or down, which a lot of big companies do. They care if they give their shareholders a great return. While with Jeff Bezos, he leverages obsession, not just dibbling or dabbling, but obsessing over the customer experience. And throughout the book, he starts to explain how his vision for Amazon is to take it from books all the way to selling everything. And his main goal is to just keep satisfying the customers. And the more that you keep them as the center of the universe, the more that you can plan 10 to 15 years ahead. So, what you were saying, yo, how is it that Amazon always has things cheaper? One of the reasons why is because they have a price matching feature. If you can find anything lower than what it's being sold on Amazon, often they'll meet the lower price. So you stick with Amazon. And for the first
Mm.
couple of years, Jeff Bezos wasn't making any money. There was this one time where a bunch of entrepreneurs were getting interviewed by journalists, and one of the journalists asks Jeff Bezos, Mr. Bezos, can you even spell profit? And he was joking around and he's like, of course, Prophet. And he was just joking around because for the first couple of years, or I would say over 8 plus years, he didn't make any profit like that. So nowadays, when people make fun of Jeff Bezos, I'm thinking, dude, do you understand how much sacrifice he had to put in to get started with Amazon? How many years he wasn't making profit to finally reap the rewards? And how much value he's created for the entire world for Amazon to be a success?
Dude, it is amazing what he has achieved and how much he has improved the world. Speaking of profits, have you heard of AWS?
Yes.
Do you think that
Amazon Web
plays?
Service?
Yes. So, do you think that plays a role? Because I think the business model is that AWS is really, really profitable, but the retail business makes not as much money. So, profits from AWS keep the retail business alive until it gets to the point where it's conquered everything. Meanwhile, all the other companies don't have the AWS, so they don't have a big profit center. So, they can't continuously keep losing money because they will eventually run out.
So he
And
was
I
talking
think,
about that. He was talking about that in the book, where with AWS, he didn't have any competition in that particular market for at least 6 or 7 years, which is completely unheard of in the business world. So that allowed Amazon to amp up their services, and they had a head start. And nowadays, I think Microsoft is trying to compete in that as well. But
Azure, and there's also
Azure,
GCS.
hmm but Jeff Bezos is a long-term thinker. I mean, I think in society, he's seen as a villain. Where if you check out most media or most people on just social media, they view Jeff Bezos as this poster boy for a greedy capitalist. But I think they undermine a lot of the value that he's provided the everyday man. I mean, nowadays you could buy a book so easily. A guy like me, I could publish a book and sell it directly to my audience and completely bypass the publishing system, which is a system. They'll be like, oh, I don't like these particular lines, take it out. With Amazon, I don't need to answer to anyone. So when you factor in all these value that Jeff Bezos has given, I think he deserves more respect.
True, and I don't think it makes sense to call him greedy because he isn't overcharging. Like he's giving you better service at a lower price. How is that greedy? That's just good business.
There's another thing called phantom costs. So hypothetically, Harsh, uh, let's say you get a book for $7.99, which isn't too rare on Amazon. Hypothetically, would you have paid $10.99 for a very valuable book?
Yes.
What about $12.99?
Yes.
See, this little margin from $7.99 to $12.99, this is the amount that we're pretty much saving. We would pay for that if we got our arm
He
pulled.
had to.
but we don't have to. So there's when you call the guy a greedy, it's there's so much phantom cost he's saving us to a point where I'm glad he's winning because he's allowed other people to win before him.
Yeah, I don't think it makes any sense whatsoever to call him greedy. Like, you can call him a lot of things, but not greedy. He's just a good, very good businessman. How often do you use Amazon in the US? Or do you guys have an alternative platform
No, I
like
use
Russia?
Amazon. I use Amazon all the time. I'll get books from there. I'll get I'll get a camera stand from there. Lights for my YouTube studio. I spend a lot on Amazon.
Are you a Prime member?
Yes, so I get
Yeah.
most of my items in 2 days. You?
Yeah, I'm a Prime member. You have 2 days. We get it here in one day.
Oh, big ballin'.
Sometimes in the same day, but that's rare.
What's your thoughts on Apple? Are you an Apple user?
I have an iPhone, but that's only for work. My personal phone is Android. I don't like it. I don't like the iPhone. It's very difficult to use the user interface.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you think it's difficult to use?
Yeah, I like Android way more.
Interesting.
The only thing great about the iPhone is that it has a great camera. I was forced into buying the iPhone because a lot of business apps only work on the iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
And since I run my entire business from my computer, that is, it's an online business, I need all the business apps. And some of them are just iPhone only. So I got my arm twisted into buying it, but I prefer Android way more. My personal phone that I not the non-business phone is Android.
Right. Technically, Android is a superior phone if we're talking about processing power and a lot of the usability. But for Apple, I mean, if you're a hardcore Apple fan, it doesn't matter how much logic you use as to why they should switch over to Droid. They're like, nah, man, I'm Team Apple. I was watching.
Yeah, it seems to be one of those things where people get locked into the infrastructure. I think Apple products are not bad at all in quality, in the sense that, how do I put this? Like, if you use an Apple product, because they own the operating system and the hardware, everything works smoothly. W-
So
w-
I was reading Steve Jobs' biography recently, and it's so insane where you see his philosophy from the very beginning until the end. And he apparently knew that he was going to die young. So he had tons of ambition, and he was a tough guy to get along with. But one thing was that he wanted he was a control freak. So he wanted all control over the Apple, from the software to the hardware to the content management system, everything. And around that time, that philosophy was very different than the other players in the computer industry, predominantly Bill Gates. Bill Gates thought that software and hardware could be made by different people. So his philosophy was more fragmented, and Steve Jobs' philosophy was more integrated. And in the beginning couple of years, I mean, you could say that Microsoft was technically winning because there's a lot of people who buy computers, they want to hack it, they want to use it in different ways. And Steve Jobs, he wanted it to be more so of an experience, of an artistic experience. But in the long run, I mean, you could say that Apple ended up getting a lot of market share. I think they're one of the more valuable companies, in the world, and it's because Steve Jobs wanted to own everything. I'm talking from the Apple stores where you buy the products, to their own operating system, to how it's designed, etc.
I don't see Apple doing too much innovation lately, though. I think, what are the big products Apple has? It's just the iPhone. Every year they come out with a new one, and it's insanely profitable, but they're not they don't seem to be trying anything new.
Dude, that's why they need a Steve Jobs. I mean, you should definitely check out his biography. The guy thought differently. Where think about it like this: do you remember when iPod came out?
No, I was way too poor for all of that.
Well, before the iPod, there were these disgusting MP3 players which were so difficult to use. Where I used to get them, and when I got them, I'm like, now what? And you had to click all these strange buttons, and it was considered an upgrade from the CD players. For Steve Jobs, the way that his mind worked, instead of trying to optimize junk, he's like, and let me just create something completely new. Let me put over 10,000 songs in your pocket, and we're not going to have all these buttons. We're just going to have a wheel. And when he was explaining that idea to his workers, they just couldn't get it. But he was just leaps ahead of everyone, where most people in his industry weren't thinking like him. So when Steve Jobs passed away, I think that's one of the reasons why Apple hasn't been innovating like they used to.
Hmm. Speaking of greedy, I think Apple is actually greedy. And Amazon is not greedy for the reasons I mentioned earlier. Because when you purchase anything on from the Apple store, they want 30%. So if you don't give them 30%, they don't let you sell anything on their phone. And that's
That's
really
true.
greedy.
Are you like, so you have an Apple Android at this stage?
Yeah.
What entrepreneur do you personally respect?
John D. Rockefeller,
You mentioned that before. What was about him that you admired a lot?
his tenacity, focus, determination, his social skills,
Hmm.
and the fact that he wasn't immoral like a lot of people today, where a lot of the entrepreneurs today lack a sense of morality, where they're just doing it for the money or just as a party. There is not a lot of higher purpose. So one person I really respect is Ron Chernow. Then there is also Satoshi Nakamoto, who I don't know at all and not much is known about.
Hmm.
But I think Satoshi Nakamoto is one of the most important inventors or entrepreneurs of today. And in 10, 20 years, the world would look very different because of Satoshi Nakamoto. I highly respect that person, whoever he is. Then I would say, yeah, those are the two big ones. You could say Benjamin Franklin, but I'm not fully sure if it's right to call him an inventor or a politician.
Hmm.
Those are the big ones. I haven't yet read these autobiographies that you mentioned about Steve Jobs, so maybe I might respect him if I read his book, but I haven't yet.
Right.
So far, these are the three I have.
Satoshi,
Uh, John D.
Rockefeller.
Rockefeller
Hmm.
and John D. Rockefeller Senior, not Junior. Senior, the first one.
Okay.
His biography by Ron Chernow is one of the best books I've ever read. Highly recommend everyone to read it.
I'm gonna check it out. I'll make a note of it in the description box. So for me, I would definitely put Jeff Bezos up there. Obviously, Elon Musk, and who's another one? For me personally, I respect innovativeness, where you create something that I couldn't ever predict. No one could ever predict. And that's a true entrepreneur. And there's a big difference between an
Peter
entrepreneur,
Thiel. I really respect Peter Thiel.
Peter Thiel, from PayPal.
Yes.
Did you ever read his
Regarding
book,
the
Zero to
guy you
One?
mentioned, sorry, go ahead.
Which guy?
Um, the Elon Musk.
Hmm.
Yeah, I respect him, but his personality is so different from mine that I can't. How do I
Connect
put
with
it?
him.
Can't relate. I can't relate. Where the things he's building and It's really interesting. I really respect that what he's doing, but I can't relate to his personality. You see what I mean? Like I'm
Hmm.
more serious about what I do, and he's more playful.
That's what I like about him, though.
Yeah, it's an interesting guy, and he's achieved a lot. And I wish him the best of success. And I hope one day we can all go to Mars once.
You ever heard of Kanye West?
He's a singer. I know that. I've heard some of his songs.
He,
Stronger. They keep playing him at the gym.
right, he's a rapper, but nowadays he's also making moves in the fashion industry. And I believe he became a billionaire recently.
Nice.
And I think I mean, he has a very sporadic personality. You ever heard of Kim Kardashian?
I have heard of this person and I have seen some memes, but I don't really know much about them.
Okay, well, she's pretty famous in the US. She initially got famous off a sex tape with Ray J. And
Who's that?
initially,
The second one?
Ray, Ray J is a singer.
Okay, no
So
idea.
I'm just giving you a quick little summary.
Okay.
So Kim Kardashian had a sex tape with Ray J, which got leaked, and it made her well known. And eventually, she was given a reality TV show called Keeping Up with the Kardashians, and that show ended up becoming very popular among reality shows. So she became pretty popular herself. Eventually, became a billionaire through the fashion industry, I believe. And her and Kanye West were married for some time. And recently, they had their divorce after having four kids together. And he's, in some ways been trying to get her back. And some people are like, yo, he's harassing her. He's being too aggressive with her. And, he's someone that's known to have mental problems as well. And it's one of those mad genius source of vibes where he's a genius. You can't deny that. He's wealthy, but he has a personality that is highly polarizing.
Hmm.
I believe him and Elon Musk had a meeting a while back. Kanye West was thinking about running for the president. So that's where you may have heard about him.
No, I've heard a couple of his songs, like Stronger and one where he sings about mercy
Hmm.
from the gym. That's all I know about him. Kim Kardashian, I've seen memes about her having a big ass or something.
Right. Yep.
But
It looks like we're talking about the right one.
yeah, but that's all I know. I'm not fully sure about the whole business part. It's
She's
super interesting, the business of fashion. I don't really understand it well at all, to be honest. Like, how do you know what's going to come next? Or do you just make up something and advertise it?
I don't know that, dude, but I do know that the fashion industry pays a lot. Rihanna became a billionaire off of that. Kim Kardashian, and I think her little sister Kylie Jenner also became a billionaire off
I've
that.
heard of that one, Jenner.
Oh, you've
Is
heard of
it
her?
Caitlyn or Kylie?
So there's two of them. There's Kylie and Kendall.
Oh, this was one from that scam. No, they did some fire festival.
So that was her husband, Travis Scott.
Okay.
Travis Scott is Kendall Jenner's husband or boyfriend. And don't ask me why I know all of this.
I was just wondering.
The reason I brought up Kanye West was I highly respect him in terms of music and fashion, but it's just his personality which makes it difficult for me to root for him. Where for you probably have that same thing for Elon Musk. And it's not like that I don't like
No,
Kanye
I root
West's
for Elon Musk. I just can't relate. For I'll give
no,
you an
no, that
example of what I
well
mean.
that's what I mean because I don't want people to think that I don't respect Kanye West's confidence. I like that, but it's just his type of personality is very difficult for me to relate to. Go ahead.
Uh, no, what I mean is, for example, like what this guy is doing with SpaceX. It's something I would never do in a million years, even if I thought like it might succeed. You see what I mean?
Hmm.
Like if I start a business, it's going to be like something that provides current utility or solves a current problem versus what he's doing is solving a future problem. So it's we have different ways of thinking, and I really respect what he's doing, but I can't really relate. Although I would like to learn as much as possible from him.
Hmm. What about?
What do you think of electric cars? I think Teslas look really good,
I think they
but the
look
rest of
good.
them look like crap. Like they look like some very cheap car. They don't look beautiful or elegant, but
Hmm.
Teslas look really good.
I like it. I mean, I don't know much about it, but I was at this party a while back, and there was this guy that owned all these different 7-Elevens, like gas stations, and he was just telling me, man, I got to get ready for the next 10 years because the gas industry is going to be completely different because of electric cars. So I respect that. I mean, I don't have an electric car. I think they look cool, but I don't know much more about it.
Yeah, I've heard it's much cheaper to use them. I don't know though, because they seem really inconvenient. For example, let's say you're using an electric car and you can only use it in your city basically. Because when you go out of the city, then you might run out of juice. And then what? Then you're
Hmm.
screwed.
Right.
With a petrol or a diesel car, you can get petrol and diesel from anywhere. So the infrastructure already exists. So I think there are very strong network effects for gas and diesel and petrol cars. But I think electric cars might eventually get there. I've heard that batteries won't work so well in colder countries. So I don't know whether, you know, countries at the extremes of climates like Canada or Russia, or I think even some states in the US might be able to, adopt electric cars unless some new technology becomes available.
Yeah, I know the the pumps or the chargers, I know they're installing more. So I see a network effect happening soon. And by soon, I mean the next 5 years.
Hmm, interesting. That would be really cool, like to have an option to be able to buy an electric car.
I recall in, I would say, 2002 or somewhere around that time, my teacher used to make us watch this documentary. And in the documentary, they were saying in 2022, there's going to be flying cars. I'm watching this documentary in 2002. So this was 20 years ago. So in 20 years ago, we were expecting flying cars. Did you ever think about that? Or did you ever hear about that in your classes?
No, but I always have thought about the concept. I just feel like a lot of progress is usually made in the whole space of computer programs. For example, we now have Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc. And a lot of new technology keeps emerging in software, but hardware seems to be improving at a very slow pace.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? For example, trains are not moving really fast. Planes are not flying at 5 times the speed. It seems to be more marginal improvements every single year with hardware, but software seems to be moving up more exponentially. So it would be really cool if more people developed hardware.
Right.
But then again, you have to be the change you want to see. And I'm not doing it, and I don't really care about doing it. So,
Harsh, are you going to evolve the industry? The thing with hardware is that you have to deal with the laws of physics more, where with software, there's less rules. So that allows for more creativity.
yeah. And moreover, with software, well, anyone can do it. You could do it from your house. You don't need to like make a factory. You don't have to like have a lot of money and capital. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
I think software is more open, or there are less barriers of entry. For example, if I have to design a new computer or a new chip, I will first have to spend a lot of time learning about how the existing chips are made. And then I would have to purchase equipment for, actually doing something. With
Hmm.
software, anyone with a computer can just install software and start coding.
Right.
So there are certainly a lot of barriers for entry. Like the only successful hardware startup I hear about is Apple.
Right.
Everything else is done by older companies or just people importing from China.
Right. I'm gonna have to think about that. I know in fashion they're making moves where there's new shoes coming out, new wardrobe. But you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of an offline business and an online business where I have this buddy who recently has been selling these. Those vapes. It's not a
They're like
cigarette, but it's a vape.
e-cigarettes.
Right, right. And he's been selling it in the mall, and his business has been crushing it. Where
Nice.
he's been expanding from mall to mall to mall, and I'm like, dude, you need to set up an Instagram page or an e-commerce page, something of that sort. You can't just rely on foot traffic. And as I'm breaking this down to him, it's like I'm speaking another language. He's like, why would I possibly start a website and sell my products from there? I'm like, man, why wouldn't you? I mean, why would you not? And he just like, nah, man, foot traffic is the only way to go. I'm like, dude, you have a product that anyone in Florida would want, let alone the US. You should definitely start an e-commerce shop. And it's just a different mindset where all the businesses he's ever run have been offline, real world. So he doesn't even understand what a website really is. He thinks a website is just something you get articles from, but he doesn't know that you could sell on it.
Ah, interesting. Speaking of websites, I'm currently building a course on how people can start their own websites. So it's a very noob friendly course for people who have never done it before, and
Hmm.
it's going to show you how to set up a website, what security plugins to install, how to prevent being hacked. So anyone, let's say your mom or your dad or people who are not tech savvy, they have like a resource where everything about how to set up a website is there in one place. Like what is WordPress, what is a theme, how to use WordPress, etc., and where you can get a theme, where to get customer support. So it's going to be like one course which will cover everything from start to end, getting a domain to setting up hosting to setting up the site.
Uh huh.
And it's intended for complete noobs. So, someone who has done it before or is knowledgeable can obviously like just Google and YouTube and figure it out. But a lot of people like your friend,
I
it
was
would
just
be
thinking
really
of him.
helpful for these guys.
Yeah, when you release it, let me know, and I'm gonna send the link over to my buddy.
Sounds good.
That's interesting. What made you think of creating this course?
I've had like about three entrepreneurs in the last 2 months ask me how to set up a site, and they have really basic questions like, is it safe? Is PayPal safe? Is it safe to accept people on my site? How do I set up a page? How do I set up a site? How do I do the HTTPS thing? So all of these are like very basic questions, but they are genuine questions because these guys are not tech savvy, right? They aren't people in the e-com industry like us.
Hmm.
So I realize that there's a big market here. So I'm going to build it.
Video course.
Yeah, video course.
Awesome, man. So have you already started it?
I'm going to start it next week. I need to first finish this module of Teach Yourself Crypto, and then I'm going to start building it.
This is
The thing is that with
very.
stuff like this, sorry, just to complete,
Mhm.
it's that it helps to have an existing audience, because if someone didn't have an audience and they build a course on how to start a website, no one's going to buy it.
Mhm.
You see what I mean? So I think there is a barrier of entry there. So I have an advantage.
And you have a website too.
Exactly. I have 8 or 9 websites by now.
Oh
I
wow.
think more than that. Maybe like 12. I don't know.
I mean, what use has a website been for you?
Well, I've run e-com stores, like not a lot, but yeah, I run a blog which is super popular, LifeMathMoney.com. I run a page to collect newsletter subscriptions. Then I have a website for the Book of Pook, which is bookofpook.com, socialskillswisdom.com, and a bunch of other websites which are like landing pages, sales pages, like the art of twitter.com. And the imaudiobook.com, etc. So a lot of landing pages, stores, and blogs, etc.
Hmm.
So I have a ton of sites. I have a lot of experience in this, and I've been hacked 2 3 times, so I know what to do to protect yourself.
Yeah, I'm asking these basic questions because I think there's probably some listeners who are on the verge of getting a website, but they're having a lot of basic questions like, well, what use is it going to serve me? Do I need it for my type of business? Or,
Oh, so that has to come from you in the sense that if you're asking what use a website is going to be for you, then you're at the wrong place, because this is like, going to a restaurant, Arman, and then asking what uses food. Like, come here when you're hungry.
right, right. And personally, for me, if you guys are thinking about getting a website, one thing that's very under talked about the website is just having a body of work in public. I mean, there's been so many clients I've had that took some time to check out ArmaniTalks.com, read a lot of my articles, listened to some of my podcasts, understood my philosophy. And that's when they were like, you know what? I trust this guy. I want to work with this guy. And they're over here selling themselves when, let's say, I'm on vacation. So your website is up 24/7 and it makes you think about time in a completely different way. So I definitely recommend you check out Harsh's class when it gets launched. I know you're going to explain it in a simple way where the common person can understand, and that's going to help.
Yeah, it's going to be super useful for noobs at least. So, how is your website doing? Are you writing more on it, or are you focusing more on your newsletter?
No, I write on my blog 3 times a week. Every Sundays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, you can expect a new article. And I discuss the core soft skills, which range from public speaking, storytelling, emotional resilience, etc. And for me, thus far, it's been doing great, mainly because I give people a peek of my products, and then over time, the blogs rank organically, and they'll bring in more organic traffic. It'll create more email signups, book sales, etc. So,
Hmm.
yeah, I mean, the ArmaniTalks.com website is a big part of my brand. And I know you've altered from the strategy, but to this day, it's still like my restaurant. I I build I build everything to get people to my website and then eventually get them to my newsletter.
So, are you still using Wix, or did you move to WordPress?
WordPress.
How was your experience with Wix? I've never used it, but it doesn't seem so good.
It wasn't called Wix. It was called something else. Um, what was it called before? I forgot the name, but it mainly focuses on static pages. So when I first started my website, I wasn't ever going to blog. I was just going to have a few articles up there and predominantly use it to get more clients. But as the Armani Talks brand evolved, I was like, blogging can be something that helps. And that's when I switched from static pages to WordPress.
Ah, I see what you mean. So, what are
You've
your
always been
plans, Arman, for your? Sorry, go ahead.
you've always been on WordPress, right?
Always been on WordPress.
Uh-huh.
I do use Card for, you know what Card is, right? CARRD.co
Mm-hmm.
for some single page sites like my newsletter sign up page. But usually I stick to WordPress because it's really easy to use, has all of the plugins, etc. What are your plans, though, Arman, with the whole online biz thing? Do you intend to continue working the job, or do you intend to move online full time?
Well, right now, I mean, I am pretty much full time. I have a practice in Tampa where I work with clients offline. I have tons of content on the ArmaniTalks.com page, which ranges from classes, uh, books, videos, ad revenue, etc. And I'm pretty much, it's probably not the most phenomenal way to say it, but I'm just going to be doing the same thing more. I'm going to be creating more content, working with more clients, and develop more experience in this field.
Ah, I see. So you are not working as an engineer anymore.
Right. So, I mean, every now and then, I still get my old job contacting me, but predominantly I focus on Armani Talks now.
Oh, that's good. I'm so happy for you that you made the
What?
leap.
Yeah, I made the leap a while back.
That's good. That's good.
Yourself, do you? You've been full time Life Math Money, right?
It's one of my businesses. I also run an affiliate marketing company, and currently I'm focusing on growing Teacher Self Crypto as a complete software company, or an education company for cryptocurrency related topics.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, I also want to start more companies. So I do a lot of things. Life Math Money is one of them, and this is closer to a hobby come business. Say,
Right. So you're creating this atmosphere of businesses that are they all separate or do they connect with one another?
sometimes they connect, but a lot of it is separate. For example, Life Math Money is about self improvement and living your best life, getting rich, getting fit, getting smarter. Whereas Teach Yourself Crypto is about learning about cryptocurrencies and how they fit into the world and how they're going to change the world. And there is a middle ground there somewhere because Life Math Money is about making more money as well. And
Mm-hmm.
crypto is the future of money. You see what I mean? So there is some middle ground, but it isn't like overlapping way too much. I will say that I've gotten to a point where I don't really, I don't particularly care about money in the sense that I make more money in 2 weeks than I spend all year. And I don't spend, I'm not a miser, like I spend when I want to. So I just build things that I like, enjoy, and I think would be useful to the world. So I really care about crypto. So I built a service related to crypto. And if I had not, well, initially, like it wasn't supposed to be a business, right? I remember, if you remember, I told you it's like it's a project for fun, and we're
Mm-hmm.
going to just build a course in crypto. But then we figured out how to turn it into a business. That is, we're going to sell certificates. You can do the course, and if you pay us 20, $30, you can take an exam, and then you get a certificate which you can put on your resume, LinkedIn, wherever else you like. And it might help you get a job, or at least it'll help your resume look better and stand out. There's definitely value there. So it went from something that I was doing for fun to something that started making money. And that's how a lot of, or I would say almost all of my businesses have come from. Life Math Money itself was a hobby,
Mm-hmm.
but then it blew up and started doing really well. And then I came up with the art of Twitter and live intentionally, the I am audiobook, etc. So once I figured out that people liked it, people needed more, then I could, monetize it a bit. So that's where all of my businesses have come from. So it's not particularly with a desire just to make money. It just happens to make money because it does well.
That's a very strong insight because I mean you're talking about intent because your intent, if I'm just summarizing what you said, is
Mhm.
typically you enjoy what you're doing first, starts off as a hobby, and then over time it unwraps as something that has monetization opportunities.
Yeah, it just turns out that way because I don't always intend for it to be monetizable. For Life Math Money, I knew if it was successful, I could monetize it by ebooks. But with TYC, that is Teach Yourself Crypto, I had zero idea of how it could be monetized when I started it. And I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't thinking about monetizing it at all. But eventually it just hit me, hey, people are doing the course anyway. And I've had some people ask me if there's a way they can get a certificate. Maybe we could like charge a small amount and generate a certificate for them and take an exam. Wouldn't that be cool?
Mm-hmm.
So it was just one thing that led to the other. I didn't have like a concrete plan when I started TYC. So that's how things have been so far. It might change in the future. I might actually start a business from the beginning. But so far, it's just been things I did for fun and then I monetize them.
Right. Do you
What
have a
about
team?
you?
So for me, I mean, it's always been the same thing where I first try to solve my own problems, and over time, it
Mhm.
becomes a monetization opportunity. I mean, for Armani Talks, when I restarted Toastmasters in June 2018, I was pretty much just writing tweets just to keep myself accountable and clarify my ideas. And over time, I mean, the Twitter page started to grow. As more time went on by, I started to get DMs from different people from around the world asking me to help them with their best man speech. So as soon as that happened, I was like, whoa, this could be turned into a business. And as more time went on by, when I released a book and people were buying it, even when I wasn't present, I was like, man, imagine if I have 50 of these books or about 100 of these books. And it just started to unravel from there. So I'm very similar, Harsh. I didn't have the monetization strategy in the beginning, but it started to unveil itself the more that I worked on solving my own problems.
I see. So, what is your broader goal? What are you trying to accomplish, if I may ask?
Man, so that question is difficult to answer because things move so fast nowadays. But nowadays, my goal is to make Armani Talks more so a media company, a publishing model where I'm consistent in posting useful content. And I also work with clients, but that's more so. I work with like one or two clients a month now. My main focus is to have that publishing model style.
Ah, I see.
But I'm dynamic where I don't want to just say like this is going to be the plan forever. I mean, if you asked me 2 years ago, this was just going to be a consulting business, but nowadays it's evolved into something different. So that's where I believe in general goals over overly specific goals, because general goals keep you nimble and it makes you easy to adapt.
True.
How about with you and Life Math Money? I mean, are you pretty much the same as you were 2018 in terms of vision for it, or have you changed it
The
or
current,
evolved it?
the vision for it has, for the past couple of years at least, and I think for the future as well, is to bring about a cultural change in the world. For example, the current culture of the world is heading towards extreme degeneracy, a lot of nonsense like injecting kids with hormones and like preventing them from getting puberty, transgenderism, etc. Life Math Money is returning to the roots of civilization, what things actually work, returning to the ideals of honor, strength, integrity, and things like that. So it's a cultural revolution, I would say, and this is just the start. There is a lot more to come. We're going to change the world.
Awesome. Oh, okay, so you're talking about it from a like a purpose based viewpoint.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. My bad. Initially, when you asked the question, I thought you were talking about business model, but I
uh,
really like how you phrased the question. And if we're talking about purpose, I mean, the thing with Armani Talks, the brand overall is to get more people communicating their ideas. I mean, since I started the brand in 2018, I mean, I would say I've been responsible for helping at least 50 plus people start their YouTube channels, which ended up growing in their own industry. I got tons of people to join Toastmasters, overcome public speaking anxiety, start journaling, and much more. So, I mean, the ultimate vision for Armani Talks is getting more people to feel comfortable articulating their ideas. Because nowadays, I mean, we're transitioning into a creator's economy where articulating your ideas eventually isn't even going to be a choice. You're going to have to do it in one way, shape, or form, whether it's for your corporate atmosphere or if you're trying to become an entrepreneur. And I want Armani Talks, the brand, to help people understand that there are systems and frameworks to learn how to speak, write, read, and consume information.
hmm.
So it's been a journey,
Just
man. I mean, let's just put it like that. It's been a journey.
who is the best communicator you admire historically or some book author? Like, what is the best book on communication that you have found?
So, book on communication. I mean, I would definitely recommend checking out my mentor's public speaking book, Joey Yazbek. It's called No Fear Speaking. I worked with him in June 2018, and he used to be, I mean, he's very well acclaimed global speaker, used to be a Broadway singer, and does some acting. So he tackles public speaking from a completely different lens. So Joey Yazbek, in terms of communication skills, Now, in terms of who is one of the best communicators I've seen, I mean, I don't want to go back to him again, but I have been pretty consistent with the response whenever I'm asked it in interviews. I got to say, Jeff Bezos. I think his ability to turn complex topics into simplicity and be a tad bit goofy at the same time makes his, yeah, I mean, he's pretty goofy. And there's something about him that I think it shows that he knows his stuff, but he knows how to articulate it as well. Where I think Elon Musk is a genius as well, but whenever he's speaking, there are times where he's so smart to a point where he finds it difficult to clarify the ideas. Where Jeff Bezos, he can clarify his ideas where I'm like, look, I completely understand what you're trying to say. So it's Jeff Bezos, and I would even throw Steve Jobs in there.
I agree about Jeff Bezos. I haven't heard a lot of Steve Jobs. I've heard a speech of him, which is really, really good. I think it was he was speaking to a bunch of university students about, and I remember he mentioned calligraphy, where he was like, I learned something that I thought was never useful, but it turned out useful to me. Where I was when I was designing fonts for the Mac, I knew how to make fonts look beautiful, and that is why the Mac has beautiful fonts. It was because I learned this useless calligraphy. And I've had that experience a lot of times in my life where I learned something useless and it turned out to be really, really good for me.
You
Like
have an example?
Life Math Money itself was me learning how to set up a website on AWS.
Uh
And then
huh.
I thought, okay, I just set it up. I just set up this website. Let me write some articles. And that's how Life Math Money started.
So initially, you weren't expecting the two dots to connect.
No, it was just I had used websites before with GoDaddy and Bluehost, but they are very amateurish, right? They're very hand-holdy type web hosts.
Mm-hmm.
AWS I'd heard is more complex, and all the big companies use it, etc. So I wanted to learn how to build a website on AWS. So I did. I built a site on AWS, and then I thought, hey, let me write up some articles. Let's give this a run. Like I built the car, let's drive it. So that's how Life Math Money was like built. Like earlier, I did have Life Math Money, but it was like a personal blogish thing back in 2017, where I wrote up a couple of articles and then I forgot about it. And when I built the site, I thought, hey, let me like use this domain Life Math Money here and write real articles, not just random stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how Life Math Money was born. And I've had a lot of other occurrences of me learning something random and it turns out to be really useful. For example, I stopped using Windows back in 2013, and
Mm-hmm.
I've almost exclusively used Linux after that. And one thing I learned when I was learning Linux was from the darknet. I downloaded a file called GPG manual. This is a manual on how to set up cryptography stuff, like how to set up your own private key, how to set up an RSA email, etc. How you can send an encrypted email, how to encrypt a message, how to decrypt a message, how to sign something. And all of this was really useful to me when I was learning about Bitcoin. Because I
Mm-hmm.
knew all of this stuff. I knew what a signed message looked like, what an unsigned message looked like, how to make a signature, how to verify a signature, how to get GNUPG keys, etc. So all of this was really useful. And learning Linux over time was also really useful for me when I was setting up the backend of my own web servers. Because if you don't know Linux, it's really difficult to operate without something like cPanel, etc.
Mm-hmm.
So all of these things which I never thought would be relevant eventually found a way back to me.
Isn't that strange? It's like
Yeah,
all
it
knowledge is
really is
connected.
strange. Well, it's like you never know when you need something.
Uh huh.
So recently, I went to an entire thing where I learned, I thought about the same thing where I needed all this information, but I never knew I would need it, but I learned it anyway. So I went to an entire training about fire safety, where how to use a fire extinguisher, how to like, so it's not as simple as you might think. It's not just something you pick it up and press a button. You have to
Mm-hmm.
remove a pin first. There's a pin and you can't use it without the pin.
Mm-hmm.
You have to remove the pin, then you have to remove the plastic which prevents it from being pressed. Then you don't have to hold it from the back. You have to hold it right at the nozzle, because if you don't, the nozzle, the spray comes out at such a high pressure that it's going to make the nozzle fly everywhere. And the entire huge fire extinguisher, that thing lasts for 20-25 seconds. So if you waste it, you're screwed. So you have to hold it right at the nozzle and then press it. So I haven't had the misfortune of having to use it yet, but I
Mm-hmm.
might. So I learned
But you
it.
know how.
Yeah, now I know how, but if I hadn't learned it, I just didn't think I would have wasted the entire container. Like I would have first spent 3 minutes figuring out how to remove the pin. Then I would have not held it at the nozzle, so it would not have pointed at the fire, and
Uh-huh.
then the fire would not have become extinguished. Like if you point it wrong and you still like spray it around, it won't make the fire go away. I tried that. So if you point it right above the fire, not at the base, like it'll make the fire smaller, but once the extinguisher ends in just 20 seconds, the entire big thing, the fire will just rise back up. So you
You
would
went
have
to a
just
class for
wasted.
this?
Yeah, I went to a class for this.
You paid
Like they
for
were
it or it was free?
oh, it was free. They were just doing it as like a public service thing, and I went. The thing is
Oh,
that there were only like a very small number of people there, because most people don't care. Like they think they'll figure it out, and it's never going to happen to them. And I get it. I get that attitude too, but I went there, and very few people come for these things.
right.
I'll tell you what. Like I learned a lot of interesting things. Like for example, if you have a fire, let's say that oil is burning in your kitchen, what would your first reaction be, Arman?
So I know the wrong answer, but I want to play along anyways. Throw water on it.
Yeah, it's the wrong answer, like you said. Because what would happen is that it'll make the oil splash on you,
Mm-hmm.
and then it'll burn you. It'll give you second, third degree burns. Like the way you deal with an oil fire is you just have to cover it with like a wet towel, or ideally a fiberglass blanket, which you should buy and keep in your kitchen.
You
So
have
a
one?
fiberglass blanket is a blanket made out of a material which doesn't burn, so you can use it to cover a fire safely. So apparently, people try a lot of dumb things, which the guy said, like trying to throw sand in it, etc. Because by the time you get sand, the fire is going to increase. So you have to first turn off the gas and then cover it with something so it doesn't spread, and like cut off the oxygen supply, and then wait for about half an hour or to 1 hour for it to completely cool down. Some people just like, in 30-40 seconds, they see the fire has gone away, and then they remove the towel and the fire starts again because it's still hot.
Mm-hmm.
And fat takes a while to cool down.
Interesting. I did not think we were going to be speaking about this when we started the episode today.
Yeah, it's really interesting stuff. For example, a lot of, the guy was saying that a lot of accidents happen in the kitchen because of those bug sprays. So if you have your kitchen cooking on, the fire is on, and then you're like killing mosquitoes with the spray around, that
Mm-hmm.
spray is combustible. It catches fire. It becomes like a flamethrower.
What? I didn't know that.
Yeah, and sometimes the bottle explodes. Like the flame goes inside, and the bottle of the spray explodes, and the contents spill all over the person and give them very deep burns. So don't use those bug sprays in your kitchen while you're cooking or have a fire.
Man, this section of the episode may save a lot of lives.
I
No,
hope
because I
so.
actually I didn't know that.
There's also stuff about, hey, what happens, what do you do after you've gotten burnt? Let's say that your skin is burnt. So what do you do?
Call a doctor.
No, but like on the way to the doctor, like what do you do? Because if you just leave, then you're gonna get infected. A lot of people die not from the burn but from the infection. Because your skin is removed, you are very vulnerable to being infected.
Do you spray alcohol on it?
No, because that's gonna burn and sting a lot.
Uh huh.
So you're supposed to just wash it with regular temperature water, not cold water, because that makes the skin shrivel, and that's going to sting a lot, and not hot water. So just regular water, because you want the heat to escape. You don't want to do things like put egg on it, etc., which a lot of people were saying you should do, because that makes a layer. It kind of insulates that area and it doesn't let the heat escape the flesh. So cold water, like sorry, not cold water, regular temperature water is the best solution. And then you cover it in a clean band-aid and then you go to the hospital.
See, I would have
But
never known that.
yeah, so apparently a lot of people make their burns worse by doing random stuff like putting, things like haldi and, you know, onion and whatnot on it. And the guy said that in the burn center we receive victims which could have been saved had they not done all of this nonsense on themselves. Because once, like, if you get it to the point where it's completely burned and the nerve is damaged, then your hand has to be cut off.
Ah,
So you can mess it up. And the best solution, what the guy to says, is normal temperature water and then cover with a cloth.
is there anything else we should know?
Mm, let me think. This was a while ago. So, yeah. So, if you have an electrical fire, let's say your computer is burning, turn the electricity off before you spray it with the fire extinguisher because the fire extinguisher is going to reduce the temperature, like especially the carbon dioxide one, and that makes electricity travel faster. Apparently, I don't know. You might know this more since you're an engineer.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's colder, electricity travels faster. Is that true?
Right, right. That's why a lot of people put their batteries in the fridge. It
Oh, is it?
lasts longer.
Does it? Interesting. I thought batteries like don't last as much if they're like cold. I don't know.
If that's something you don't want to quote me on because there's different engineering knowledge out there. That's something that I don't know too much about.
I don't know. I'm just saying because I remember I bought a GoPro and the
Oh, you
GoPro
bought one?
manual. Yeah, I have a GoPro now, GoPro 10, and the reviews say that if you are traveling to a cold place, the batteries won't last as long as a normal temperature.
Are you someone who likes to travel a lot?
Yeah, I travel a lot lately. I never, like, I wasn't like doing this before, but in the lockdowns, I decided to travel more.
Mm-hmm. Can you swim?
Yes.
Okay, because I know a lot of people buy GoPros and they go underwater with it. Have you tried
Hmm.
that?
Not
Snorkeling?
yet. So far, I've just like gone on a couple of trips and I've carried the GoPro and I'm using the footage for my podcast. So if you go to youtube.com/lifemathmoney, a lot of the podcast footage was shot by me.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so the reason I bought a GoPro was that in the iPhone, what happens is that the stabilization is not so good. So if you're holding the iPhone and walking, it's going to make the entire camera shake. But GoPro has something called Hypersmooth, which kind of makes the footage look much smoother. It
Wait, so
also has the
so
replaceable batteries, etc.
for how to be a more interesting person, you recorded that footage?
Yeah, for all of the previous 6, 7 podcasts, they're all me.
That's dope. I was watching that. I didn't know if that's the story behind that.
Oh, did you like the podcast?
I liked it.
I'm
It's a
happy to
nice
hear that.
vibe.
Expert approved.
So this is what it's like in India.
Yeah, India is beautiful. You should come here. You are
Hmm.
from India. You should come here.
So I know we talk about that, but I've been there when it's Bangladesh, but I haven't been to India though. That's where my parents did their
Bangladesh is a
honeymoon.
part of India.
That's where my parents did their honeymoon.
Oh, is it? Interesting.
I don't know the exact parts in India that they went, but there's I saw a lot of pictures. How far is the Taj Mahal from you?
I don't want to dox myself.
Or have you been to the Taj Mahal?
I don't want to dox myself.
Okay.
But not
Let's
really.
just,
No, no. Oh, no. I haven't been to the Taj Mahal. No.
okay. Let's switch topics because I don't. I don't want this episode to incriminate you.
So
Uh,
tell me, Arman, what have you learned that you did not think would be useful to you that ended up being useful to you?
so in one of our past episodes, did I talk about farming?
Hmm.
I already talked about that.
I don't think so, but tell me more.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but one day I got super curious about farming because with content, I noticed that it requires a long term approach depending on your strategy. So I started Googling and YouTubing all these different podcasters that talk about farming. And apparently, there's a big community for it. So I was watching some interviews and they were talking about the whole process of planting different seeds and how you don't know which seed is going to take off and how you have to be able to weather the storm and how you need to wait to reap the rewards. And as they were talking about farming, I started to notice this stunning parallel between that and content. Where for me, anytime that I create a blog, for example, it's like me planting the seed. And then me search engine optimizing it is sort of like me watering it. And then as some time starts to go on by, this seed starts to blossom into traffic, and that traffic starts to blossom into cash flow. But it's not something that happens immediately. It's something that requires a long term approach. So for the next couple of weeks, I was learning about farming and I was learning so much more about content marketing from that strategy. Isn't that crazy?
Interesting.
So it's like we used to have the agrarian age, which was the farming age, then the industrial age, and then the information age. And I noticed that content is a connection of all three of those ages in one. So nowadays, content is like a digital seed. And that's how I've just been approaching their whole Armani Talks brand, where a podcast that I did, I would say a year and a half ago, is nowadays finally blossoming and bringing me in book sales or a new client, etc. So that's just one topic, farming, which I would have never expected to connect to my business.
Did you try growing something?
Yeah, so back at home in West Palm Beach, I grew like my dad gave me this tiny tree and I grew it or I just planted it in my backyard a couple of years back. And nowadays, it's one of the biggest trees in my backyard. So I can see how something small turns into something big, but you need long term thinking.
Hmm. You know what a friend of mine did?
Hmm.
He bought an acre of land right outside the city and he hired a guy basically to farm on it. So now he gets a lot of organic, real organic food that grows on his farm delivered to his house. So he has two guys. One is a farmer and one is a security guy.
Hmm.
And the farmer guy will farm. I think I don't know if it's like a full acre or a half acre. I've been only there only once. So the farmer guy will like he's planted all these trees and a lot of crops and all the vegetables etc grow there and the farmer guy every Sunday will take cut some of the harvest, like he'll harvest some and then deliver it to this guy's house in the city.
Wow.
And then he also bought like a desi cow there, like two cows, and he's keeping them for the milk, etc. So that's really cool. I would like to do that.
I heard a farmer once say, if you want to read the mind of God, become a farmer because you're the closest to its creation. And when I heard that,
Mm.
I thought farmers must have a completely different view of life than we do. That's initially what I was thinking. But when I was watching a lot of these interviews with farmers, they're modern. I mean, they have new technology, new processes. They're not just these guys riding old school tractors. They have a lot of in depth processes, which are modern.
Yeah, I don't know if that sentence is true or not because I happen to know a lot of farmers because my father was a farmer, right?
Oh, yeah. So you want to talk more about that?
Yeah, I don't think a lot of farmers are super interesting people. They just farm and live their life and, they aren't like super knowledgeable about a lot of topics. They typically only care about either their farm or some way to make extra money or some way like some political stuff, etc. They're not like very wise or intelligent in any way, at least in my experience.
Well,
Some
are you
of
talking
them are.
about new age farmers though?
I'm
I'll
talking
send you
about
some
farmers
farming
in India.
podcasts. Okay.
Like, what do you mean by new age farmers? Those are just businessmen, don't you think?
Well, see, this is what I was initially thinking, but after watching a lot of these podcasts and these content with the farmers for the past couple of months, I've seen that not only do they understand the craft of farming, but they view it as a business as well. Yes, but it's much different than initially what I was expecting. Like where these guys are very interesting people. But I think
Mm.
you're having the experience with rural Indian farmers.
Yeah, yeah. Rural India. You know what I think? Who really fits a description of being very close to what God created?
Hmm.
Biologists, the people who
Ooh,
study cellular biology and cells and how the brain works and how basically humans and all living organisms operate down to the cellular level. That's where you really see, well, divine intervention.
right. I'm reading this book by Bruce Lipton called The Biology of Belief. Have you ever heard of Bruce Lipton?
No, I have not.
So he's an interesting guy. He talks about biology in a way where the common folk can understand it, and he uses a lot of these analogies that make you understand this field on a much deeper basis. So I do agree with you. I mean, biology is one of those fields that connects you with who you are. There's
There's a
another
saying, I
field.
think, where I don't know if it's about biology or not, where when you start like learning evolutionary biology,
Hmm.
you think God is bullshit, and when you end it, you find God again, because some things are just so unique and complex that the thought is that those things could not have been made by evolution or nature. Like at
Right.
the quote goes something like, "At the bottom of the glass there is God." Let me get the actual quote. I don't want to misquote someone. At the bottom of the glass, God is waiting. Okay, yeah. So this is a quote by someone called Werner Heisenberg. So the first gulp from the glass of natural scientists, not natural sciences, will turn you into an atheist. But at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you.
Hmm.
So it's like when you start, you tend to like question everything that you were told previously about God, right? And you're all science, science, science. This needs proof, that needs proof. But when you actually become an expert, you see that there are so many complexities where you might actually start thinking that this is a divine creation and not something that just happened.
Right. Because now you have view of the bigger picture.
Yeah, although my counter in the sense that I can give an analogy where it's very similar, but we know for sure that it's man-made, and that is the computers we are using today, where we have really complex silicon microchips that are incredibly complex. I can't even begin to explain how complex they are, how many layers we have. For example, the software we are using, first there is software, it was written in a high level language like Python or whatever, then it was translated to a low level language, and then it was translated to assembly language, and then it was run on, say, the microsystem, the processor, which itself is a really really complex device. It interacts with the RAM, it interacts with the screen you have, etc. And if you were to put someone who is not familiar with technology, he would say that a computer was created by God because of how complex it is. But we,
I don't think they'd say it was created by God, but I think they'd say it was created by something. If you just
yeah,
say this computer just ended up like this, I think that would be ridiculous. But I think if you say no, this was definitely created by something, then that would make logical sense because of the complexity.
I didn't get you. But what I mean to say is that it's so complex that, like, it. For example, if someone who is not familiar with the history of computers and how they were made and is just like looking at them for the first time, they will say that this is a natural. This can't possibly be made by humans. It's way too complex. It's like so complex. It's ridiculous, and the complexities keep piling up. And then let's say that someone finds a way, like this guy finds a way to take a microscope and look at the microprocessor itself, and then he's seeing the DNA, that is the NAND gates and how they connect, how electricity travels in a path, etc. Then he takes a microscope and looks at the hard disk drive at how data is stored, how it's being picked up, and how everything is interacting, and how your operating system is working from start to end. I don't think such a person would conclude that humans came up with this over a period of 100 short years. I don't think that would be his conclusion at all.
Hmm. So that's where I disagree. I think if you're somewhat of a knowledgeable person, if you see some sort of design, whether it's a computer, whether it's a tractor, whether it's any form of engineering product, if you're somewhat knowledgeable, you're going to be like, there was an engineer to this product. So I think
I
if you,
think tractors are far too simple to compare to a computer. I'm not even joking. It's a really complex machine that has layers upon layers of abstraction.
oh yeah,
It's a
yeah,
lot like human life, like in the sense that
w-
maybe, maybe, just maybe, if some creature was alive 10 million years ago and they witnessed how the first life came into the picture, and then they witnessed, how do I put it, the evolution of the first amphibians all the way to humans, then they would conclude that it's all evolution. But since we are here today, we haven't witnessed sort of that. We are the equivalent of someone who's looking at the computer as they exist in 2022 without witnessing all the incremental improvements over the last 100 years and the whole concept of computer, someone proposing it, etc. And they might just think God made computers. But go ahead, sorry.
well, here's the reason that I normally don't just go to God first when talking about this, because immediately when you use the phrase God, it starts to create, whether you're consciously aware of it or not, it starts to create a lot of these programs that's saying, "Oh, my God versus this God," etc. So what I like to just say is creator and created, and I think most people that, let's say, they're not even familiar with computers. Like I've studied computers, like, I used to be do engineering with computers, etc. I understand like the complexities of it, where it's sort of like a nervous system, but in a digital format. But ultimately, if someone came up to me and it's just like, this computer has always been here, I would be like, no, I'm pretty sure that there were iterations of work which led to this. Any complex system is not just created out of the blue moon. Traditionally, when people are thinking of like inventions, they're thinking about a mad scientist in a lab creating something out of the blue moon. That's not how it works in the real
Arman,
world.
that's what I'm telling you. It's not that. No, it's not someone's claiming that it's been around forever.
No,
Computers
no,
have
but
also evolved. So it's like just how humans have evolved from, aquatic animals and, bacteria, viruses from millions of years, like single cellular organisms. How does the process not can why can't the process also apply to computers where
well, that's what I'm
single celled
saying.
computers?
Well, that's what I'm saying with computers. I'm basically saying that a rational person is going to say, yes, there was a creator. And by creator, I don't just mean that there was one guy that created. I'm saying that it was a series of steps that connected the parts and the processes together. So with humans, if someone just says, oh no, humans have always been here, or the parts and the components were just always here, and there was nothing before, I'm like, so you're saying there's no creator? Do you see what I'm saying? Where I don't know if we're talking around each other or
Yeah, I don't
are we
I
on the
don't
same
get what
page?
you're saying. Are you trying to convey that, say, someone who might not be aware of evolution, might assume that there is no creator?
No, no, that's not what I'm saying. So back to what you were initially saying. Let's say someone sees a computer for the first time. You're
Okay.
saying that if this guy doesn't know anything about the computer, they're going to be like, God made it.
Yeah.
Where I'm saying, I don't think a rational person would say that. I think they'd say that there was a bunch of creators who made
No,
it.
no. What I mean to say is, if someone didn't know anything about humans and anything about computers, let's say that they're a kid, they're just born, they might assume that just how humans exist, computers exist in nature. But go ahead.
Okay. So I mean, I don't necessarily know what to say to that because I mean, I think that's just a different fundamental belief from us. Where let's just put it down to complex systems. I think anything that you eventually study will have be complex systems. Where a complex system has three different components. It has a creator, parts, and processes. And all I'm trying to say is that if you scope back all the way to the universe, eventually you're going to see that there's parts and processes. And I think if you extend that logic back a little bit further, that creator that different people are referring to as God, it just makes sense for a complex system logic to hold true.
Hmm.
It's a
But
fun
there's not.
discussion.
It's not necessary to have a creator, right? For example, let me give you an example: the water cycle. Like water evaporates, it becomes clouds, then it rains, and then it finds its way back to the ocean.
That's a process, correct?
So, but that there's no creator. It's just how things happened. Mars doesn't have it. Earth does, and that's because we got lucky.
So complex systems have a thing called emergence, and emergence are phenomena that you can't initially expect. So, just to give you an example, let's say Life Math Money releases a book and promotes it on his blog. Over time, there's going to be the emergence of money. Now, if someone was to say that that money just came out of the blue moon, it's not something that logically holds true. But you can't necessarily predict the money from two separate beings, such as content and your book. The money is a completely different state. So, what you're pretty much explaining, the whole process of like the water flow, that's an emergence. But for the emergence to occur, a complex system needs to be there before. A complex system, if you break that apart, has parts, processes, and a creator. A complex
Hmm.
system doesn't just make itself out of the blue moon. And this is something that I think naturalists try to say. They'll say, oh, okay, just randomly happened. But if you look at the mathematical certainty of that randomly happening, it's very little. It's kind of like saying that a book just wrote itself. It's like, yeah, I mean, you could have certain like of these random letter generators to create a book, but the likelihood of that happening is very, very unlikely. There's most likely a storyteller that's involved.
You're gonna piss off a lot of religious people with that one, Arman.
No, I'm actually they should be like, oh, whoa, that's actually pretty good. I think I'll piss off atheists who are like, oh, no, we can't necessarily tell. But I think
No, no, the
religious.
whole thing where a book can't be written on its own. Someone has to
Oh
write
yeah.
it.
So one thing that I've been thinking about more, like how you have you heard of simulation theory,
I'm familiar with it.
where they say that we live in a simulation.
Yeah, I've heard of. Yeah, I know what you're talking about completely. Yeah.
I think another theory that's going to become more popular is like story theory, where we live in a story. Then it would make sense because whenever I hear DNA being described, it it seems like words.
In what
I,
way?
it's because the DNA by itself it's structured in a certain way to create meaning, and oftentimes when I hear biologists talking about DNA, they're using the analogies of words. And sometimes I'm writing a book, and as I'm writing the book, I'm creating these different words in a strategic way where it looks like if you zoom out all the way, it's tiny little people. So I wonder if right now physicists are working on a big theory of everything. I wonder once they reach that big theory of everything, if they're going to realize we live in a story. Or I know in your side of the world, that's one thing that is a popular belief. I believe they call it what, like Maya or Leela.
Yeah, it doesn't mean what you're saying though. Maya means illusion, and
Illusion.
Leela means a fable.
Leela, but doesn't Leela
Or
also
Leela,
imply
Leela
that?
means a story. Basically, it doesn't mean a fable. It just means like a story of someone.
Well, that's one definition, but I heard another one is like it's the like why did God create this world is because of a story of a drama.
I don't know. I haven't heard of that one. I think what you're trying to say is basically like, if I understand your point correctly, if you what you're saying is that if you take this history of the universe down to the Big Bang,
Hmm.
probably some creator created the Big Bang, and that's how it all started.
Yeah, well, prior to the Big Bang, what was there? And that's when the metaphysical part immediately starts
Okay.
to register. Because we don't necessarily like the whole theory of evolution, all that, that's assuming after the Big Bang, correct?
Exactly.
Right. So my question is, what about before?
Yeah, we don't know.
Interesting topics, man. Um, what
I
else
don't
is
know.
new?
Yeah, it's actually really interesting to me. I would love to learn more about what about before, and also how, in the sense that if you have a lot of matter at one place, it becomes a black hole, right? Because of gravity. So then why did it explode?
Hmm.
From what I understand, if you compress a lot of matter together, its gravity becomes so strong that it starts sucking everything towards itself, even light, and that's how it becomes a black hole. So now you have all of the universe's matter in one place, in a tiny little circle. So why did it explode? Why did it not just like become a black hole? So
Hmm.
that's something I've wondered. And to be honest, I haven't really looked much into it. I will when I have more time. Yeah, it's something I sometimes I just get sucked into it, and I just spend a couple of hours exploring the whole something completely unrelated, like how does Jupiter work and things like that. But
you ever
that's
see
doesn't. Sorry, what?
you ever see it connecting to life math money somehow?
Not yet. Maybe in the future. It's always fascinated me. Even as a kid, I wanted to be an astronaut, and the whole thing about space has always been very fascinating for me. I would love to learn more about it. In fact, if someone has a good course or documentaries, etc., please leave them in the description. I would love to watch them.
So, what age or what made you curious about space when you were a little kid?
I don't remember. I
Because
just liked it ever since the beginning. Maybe just
yep,
the visuals.
for me personally, like any movie that's about space, I've always resonated with it. So I wonder if it's something primal within people to just wonder about space.
Yeah, I guess so. Because it's just so far away and you can see it. So you know it exists. Like you can
Hmm.
see the stars, the moon, the sun, but you can't go there. So it's like seeing a really hot chick all the time, but never being able to say hello.
Hmm.
Like to give a more adult analogy. So it's something that's denied to humans in a way. It's being teased by the world, but it's denied to you. You can't actually go there, no matter how much you try so far. So
It's like blue balls. You ever heard of that phrase?
yeah, I know what that is. I've dealt with that a lot of times. When I do
Really?
nofap, yeah.
Uh huh.
When you do nofap, you're like not jacking off, right?
Right.
So sometimes it's just something you have to deal with.
What's the like in India? I'm just curious. What's it like with like having guy friends or girlfriends? Like, can a guy and a girl be friends in India, or is it normally if they're hanging out, there's something deeper going on?
Oh, they can be friends in India nowadays. It's very common.
Hmm.
Earlier, say 30 years ago, it was very uncommon, but nowadays it's very common. So it's a complete it's very westernized.
Right. There's this hilarious podcast called Fresh and Fit. Have you ever heard of it?
I have seen some snippets of it, but those snippets were just attacking. There's two black guys running it, I think, right?
Right.
And yeah, so I've only heard about it, but people were just attacking it, like calling them fake alphas or like harassing women or something. I don't really know.
Yeah, they go mainstream every now and then, and it's for something negative. But they have this section of the show where they'll ask their female panelists, "Can men and women be friends?" And every now and then, a woman is like, Oh yeah, of course they can. So that's when they have the girl call her guy best friend and say, "Hey, what are you doing right now? I want to hook up with you." And it's hilarious because 9 out of the 10 times, the guys are like, "All right, where are you?"
Yeah, you can't play with your food, you know. I think guys and girls can be friends so long as the guy and the girl are not like attracted to each other. In the sense that if you're physically not attracted to someone, like if they're ugly or not your type or whatever, then you can be friends, but otherwise, not really. Like you can be superficial friends, but not like deep, deep friends.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this one because I mean, obviously, I have family friends which I never think anything about with, but I'm talking about there's certain times where in that show, the guy and girl will be friends for 12 plus years, and the girl's like, "Trust me, even if I offer him some, he's going to say no. Just trust me on this one." And time again, when they're offered it, the guys are like, "All right, bet.
Sure.
Oh, what time?
But that's just how we are, you know. Just how guys are. You can't hold it against us. That's how God made us.
Do you have any friends that are girls?"
I have lots of friends who are girls.
Oh, I'm talking best friends.
No, not best friends.
Do you have best friends?
I have lots of good friends, but not best friends.
Oh, you don't have a best friend?
I don't, but not, I said, but not best friends.
Okay. I would say I have five really, really good friends. Five to
How do you
seven.
define a friend? I have like three friends who I trust, in the sense, like, three people I would consider like true friends, in the sense that if I needed, let's say, if I needed $100,000 tomorrow or like in the next hour right away for an unexplained reason, who would give it to me? And if I needed a place to crash for a month and I can't explain why I'm there, who will let me stay in their house?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's like two or maybe three guys who I know. So I would consider those three guys, or two guys. The third one I'm not that sure about. So let's say two for now, to be my true friends, in the sense that I could completely trust them.
Okay.
But other than that, I have friends who are somewhat an interest based friend. For example, a friend who I play badminton with, a friend who I go swimming with, etc. So we are good friends. We have good rapport, but you know, in the event of an emergency, I would not bet on them to help me out a lot
Mm-hmm.
outside of, minor superficial help. Like
Okay.
if I need a body buried, like this guy will not come for me.
So they're more acquaintances or
No,
level
they're
two
friends.
friends.
They're friends. Like they're somewhere between like true friend and an acquaintance.
Okay.
Like I know them well. For example, if I need a job and I need like someone to recommend me, they're gonna recommend me. But like, I can't get really big favors out of these guys. And the opposite is also true. I won't do big favors for them.
So true friends, you said you have three of them?
Yeah, but the third one is a bit iffy in the sense that I've never tested it. So I don't
Okay.
know for sure, but I think so.
How long have you known these people?
More than 10 years.
Okay. So my definition of a best friend, normally it happens after you spent multiple stages with this person. So if you just met the person last week, then they haven't seen you through multiple stages. But let's say you've known the guy since high school. They've seen you in high school, in college, and your work life. That's three different stages. And now they can become consideration for a best friend or a true friend. That's my personal definition.
I think knowing someone for a very long time plays a role, but some people can act like your friends, or act like they're going to support you in the event of an emergency or something like that, like be there for you when you need it the most,
Hmm.
but when you actually try, they don't show up.
And that is where my second part of the definition comes in, where
Arman is prepared.
yeah, well, I wrote a blog about this. I'll go ahead and post it in the description box. So the second part is that you need to go through two emotions with the person. And Basically, to dumb it down from the emotional tone scale, one is a empowering emotion. Let's say you're traveling with a person or you guys have some positive memory, and a dark emotion. Let's say your brother is the one who got sentenced to prison, and this is the friend that's calling you up, checking up on you. So you experience two emotions with the person. And this is normally where it's starting to zone away, where tons of people are going to be like, well, yeah, I mean, I'll be there for you during the good times, but the bad times, I don't know about that. For me personally, I mean, I don't have too many close friends. I'm pretty private and I keep my social circle small. But the people that I'm close to, I'm really close to them, where they know a lot about me. We don't have to talk all the time. Like there will be months where we don't talk to each other, but
Hmm.
when we do talk, we pick up right where we left off. Do you see your true friends a lot, or is it
Yeah,
whenever you're
it's the
free?
same as what you said, where some of them don't even live in the same city as me anymore.
Hmm.
But whenever we do talk, we're still close. I don't think guys need to like talk constantly to stay friends. Like we're not girls, right?
Hmm.
I think
Do you
women have very superficial friends. Go ahead, sorry.
do you have that one trait about you where you'll be cool with someone for a while and then you get so busy in your projects where you don't necessarily disappear, but you're not staying in touch with everyone, and then you can be social just like that, like a light switch? Or do you just sprinkle in social activities throughout your life?
I would say a bit of both. A bit of both. I don't really it's not binary in the sense that if I want to have fun and go out, that's what I will do.
Hmm.
And I do also schedule in fun stuff across my day as well. It's just my definition of fun. Some people don't agree with it. For example, I might consider reading a book fun, but a lot of people see it as work.
Right. Do your true friends, are they all into self improvement?
Not all of them, no.
Okay.
Like they are, how do I put this? They have things going on for them, and things is, it's going well, life is doing good, but they aren't hardcore into self development and self improvement in the sense that they typically like enjoying life more. Let's put it that way. For example, if there's two options, one option is you can relax and enjoy the sunset, and the other option is go to the gym. Then I'm going to go to the gym, and my friends will probably not,
Hmm.
even though they might just eat less and stay thin.
So do you find it difficult to bond with them sometimes?
Not particularly. I don't think people have to see eye to eye on everything. Like,
Right.
you don't have to be exactly like me to be friends with me.
I'm saying, what do you guys do to chill?
We build things.
Nice.
Arman, have you ever heard that any friendship based on business is superior to any business based on friendship?
I never heard it compared like that. I did hear that you shouldn't build a business with your friends.
Yeah, this is a quote from someone whom John D. Rockefeller is quoting. So it's a very meaningful quote, by the way. Like a business based on friendship is inferior to a friendship based on business. You need to have your incentives aligned. Let me give you an example, okay? For example, let's say that you are a supplier, or let's say you are a manufacturer and you need a supplier, okay? So in such a case, let's say that you find a supplier and then you guys get together well and you basically become integrated. You just buy from this guy, he just sells to you, and you have your product out in the market.
Hmm.
And this supplier is going to loyally supply product to you. He's going to be on time because he is a businessman. At the end of the day, he also wants the same things as you, the business to succeed. So he's going to do everything right on time, as opposed to, say, you have a friend and both of you start a business. Like you want to start a business, and what you do is say, I'm going to manufacture and you are going to be a supplier. And then what's going to happen? It's since it's based on friendship, you guys assume that since you are friends, you will compromise for each other. So, for example, let's say the supplier was feeling lazy today, so he just doesn't show up, and then you are like, "Hey, my supply didn't come today," and the guy says, "Yeah, I just wasn't feeling so good." So, if that happens, say 2 3 times, then eventually you will find a different supplier, right? And
Right.
what's going to happen then? You're going to have a fight
Friendship
because
deteriorates.
yeah, because you guys were initially friends. On the other hand, if you met via business, like if your friendship was based on business, then this problem would never have arrived. The guy would never have skipped on delivering the supplies to you. And if you move to a different supplier, he would have understood that this is just business, it's not like a personal attack on you. So a friendship based on business is more stable, more superior to a business that is entirely based on friendship,
I would say this
because
is one
you're
of the most accurate things I've ever heard.
have you experienced something similar?
Absolutely. So since you're putting it into words right now, I'm thinking, oh wow, I didn't even know this was a quote. Where I learned this through just pain. Where there were plenty of times when I worked with someone on business, and we both were on the same page. We didn't know each other before the business, but we were both professionals, so we ended up cultivating this great relationship, and it became long term. Versus in my early ages, anytime I started a business with a friend, I noticed that over time they'd start missing deadlines, getting lazy, and they wouldn't want to be told otherwise. And friendships deteriorated because I started a business with them. So what you're saying is pinpoint accurate, from my experience at least.
Yeah, it's true. It's completely true.
Have you
The
ever
thing is,
experienced that?
not particularly, nothing in not in an important sense, but I have experienced it in less important ventures, I would say. For example, like you have a school project between two of you, and then the other guy just doesn't work as hard, and there's not much you can do about it because he just keeps getting mad.
Hmm.
So stuff like that. So what I'm saying is that it's about when you base your friendship on common goals, you have less expectations of compromise from the other person, or you don't take criticism personally because you have a common goal that you're trying to achieve. On the other hand, when you have just a friendship and then you try to like just do something because you guys are friends, then criticism stings. And people try to compromise in this, and people expect like some kind of slack, where since you guys are friends, you should accommodate me.
Right.
I think that
Another.
happens a lot in relationships as well, especially the ones that are like based on the concept of romantic love.
You want to expand?
Sure. For example, like in arranged marriages in here in India, the expectation is that, well, you guys are building a marriage, and then the duties of both the spouses are kind of delineated. For example, the woman takes care of the house, the guy takes care of making money, etc. And they both are working towards a marriage, and they have these common goals. So people don't slack off too much. On the other hand, what happens is, let's say in a Western marriage, you start expecting slack. For example, the wife might just like focus too much on her career and then be like, hey, but you love me, so you're supposed to support me, right? Even though you're hurting the common goal of your marriage. So when both the parties understand that you're together for a common goal and not just for your interpersonal relationship, your friendship or whatever, then things go more smooth than when you think the friendship itself is like just primary and everything else is like you're supposed to cut slack, and you know what I mean, like
Right.
accommodate me. Like we're friends, accommodate me.
Hmm.
Like that type of attitude eventually just destroys things.
I've seen this many times. I mean, the first time I saw it was, it wasn't a serious business or anything. It was just, two college kids having fun. But I noticed on Craigslist, you ever heard of Craigslist?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's this section called free, and this was roughly around 2009. So me and my buddy saw that so many people were just giving away free stuff, free TVs, free couches, table stands, etc. So we thought, how about we pick up the free stuff and we resell it on Craigslist for money? So this is what initially we were doing. My goal was to find where we were going to go, and we were going to use his truck. It started off pretty good within the first couple of weeks, but later on, I mean, he started to make excuses. He was like, "Oh no, not today, man. Today, I'm feeling sick." I was like, "Okay." Then, like the next week, he's like, "Oh, today I'm feeling tired." And the third week, he's like, "Oh, today I'm feeling sad." I'm like, "All right, bro, come on, man. Like, we got to be professionals with this." But he's your friend, so you don't want to call him out too much. And when you do call him out, it's like, and now it becomes an ego thing. So
Exactly.
yeah, so sometimes it's like, yo, man, let's not take it personal. Let's just keep the common goal the common goal.
Yeah, agree. That happens, and it's completely true.
It's the same thing
I,
with roommates where I mean, it seems nice to be roommates with your best friend or best friends. A lot of the times though, I see it ending in horror where it doesn't end up being a good idea.
I think it comes down to how effortlessly can you enforce rules and duties,
Mhm.
because when you are friends with someone, then it becomes difficult to enforce duties, find replacements without, say,
Find
attacking the other
replacements.
person. Yeah, I can give you an example. For example, let's say Unapologetic Truths episode 17. Okay, let's say from tomorrow I just stop responding to you for 1 week. Let's say you might assume I might be sick or whatever, and then like, we skip an episode. The next week I just say, yeah, I'm going to show up for the next episode, but I never show up. Like, you're just waiting. Okay,
Mhm.
you might forgive me, and okay, no problem, maybe something came up. The third one, I say, I keep, let's say, rescheduling it, and then I just say, screw this, I don't feel like doing it, maybe some other time. At some point, let's say after 3 4 skipped episodes, you're going to be like, okay, maybe it's not working out with Harsh, let me find someone else to do a podcast with. And that, if we are friends, okay, let's say that if we are, let's say, just business partners, we just know each other from business, and we became friends that way, then I will understand, where I'm going to be like, yeah, okay, it was my fault, I just didn't show up, and he is a businessman, he has to like find someone else to do it because I wasn't there. But if we start out as friends, like two friends, Harsh and Arman, and then you replace me, what is it going to be like? You betrayed me, Arman. We were supposed to do it together, but
Mhm.
I was just unavailable for 2 months, and then you just find someone else.
Right.
You see what I mean?
I see
So
exactly what you mean.
that's what happens.
No, it does. I mean, and what do you do in that scenario? Like now that you're breaking it down, I'm saying like, let's say it does happen. I'm like, man, I don't even know what to do because I'm cool with Harsh before, but it's nothing personal, and
I
this
mean,
happens
all
all the
you can
time.
do is explain that it's nothing personal, and like just explain why it's happening, but really there's not much you can do. It's one of those unpleasant situations like a divorce,
Mm-hmm.
where
Mm-hmm.
sure, you can make the other person, you can communicate and tell them the reasons, but they have their own ego, they have their own beliefs or as to what happened. Maybe you said something that pissed me off, which didn't make me want to come again, or whatever, so it becomes like a conflict versus a business thing.
And anytime I'm dealing with people, I can expect that where okay, everything is nice and rosy right now, but eventually there's a potential for something bad to happen. Where, with me and you, I mean, there's a lot of common grounds, but in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, sometimes a tragedy does happen in life, uh, and something can happen with the Unapologetic Truths podcast, or in terms of business, where for a long time, I had this one particular group that worked on formatting my books, creating the covers and stuff. And then out of the blue moon, they started to deliver sloppy work. And if it happens once, it's whatever. It happens twice, third, fourth time. All right, man. Now we got to find a replacement. So anytime you're dealing with people, I mean, there's that level of volatility that's to be expected. And if you're dealing with a friend and now you're dealing with volatility, and a business. I mean, that's way too many variables to try to balance.
Yeah, for example, if you were friends with these guys whom you fired, then those guys are going to start to hate you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And if their ego is hurt enough, then you have made an enemy and these guys will start attacking you. You see what I
Right.
mean? They're going to be like,
Right.
Arman is a scammer, he does XYZ, whatever, you know? You
Mm-hmm.
see all these like ugly public battles. It usually comes from this type of stuff.
So, what do you see as the workaround? Do you think friends should ever start a business together?
I mean, I would not say never, but be careful. Like, you have to be aware of the risks while you're going in and not have rose colored glasses
Mm-hmm.
because things can go south, things do go south all the time. So, you have to keep those factors in mind. My general advice is to keep your friends for friendship and work with the skilled and competent. I think this is from the 48 Laws of Power, where you have to fairly evaluate whether this is the right person for the right job if your friendship was not involved. In the sense that if you have to choose between two people and one guy is your friend but less skilled and the other guy is not as skilled, then pick the other guy. So you have to, I think working with the skilled and competent is what I would default to.
One of the best feelings is when you're working with someone on business and they end up being a cool guy. Like my narrator for my audiobooks, Daniel. I mean, initially it was just business, but later on we added each other on WhatsApp, and I'd give him updates regarding new books that I'm about to publish. Every now and then we're talking, and eventually I find out that he's a genius once it comes down to the podcast audio and that sort of specialized knowledge. And he's roughly around my age. We're talking, we're giving each other business advice, how to have clear audio. I'm like, yo, this is a cool guy. I can see myself working with him long term. And that's one of the best feelings out there when you meet good talent and they have a great personality.
Yes, Arman, that is a friendship based on business.
Hmm.
That is superior to a business based on friendship.
Right. Where one of the books, I mean, I believe you bought Charisma King a while back, and the guy that formatted that book, he had a very weird personality, a very OCD, strict, etc.
The formatting is really good.
Thank you. That's what I was gonna say. Where his formatting skills were amazing. He'd say, "Yo, I'll turn it in by Friday," and instead he'll turn it in by Tuesday, a couple of days early. It's just that he was very awkward and he was rude at times. So over time, we're talking. He's working on more of my digital products, and eventually, we're starting to get to know each other. And I'm like, despite this guy being awkward, I respect his professionalism. I like how quick he is, and I like how I don't have to micromanage him or anything like that. This guy is not my friend, but I could see him being my friend down the line.
How much does this guy charge per page or whatever, how he's charging?
So for the entire book, it cost $70.
You should put me in touch with this guy. I need someone like him. I
Yeah,
could use him.
I'll get you in touch with them.
Sounds good.
So whenever you're creating a product, how many people do you have to interact with? Like teach yourself crypto. Did you set up everything by yourself or did you have a team?
We have two guys, so it's me and there's a guy called Sergio who is at the rate coding languages, who works with me on content creation. And currently he's building the software which allows people to take the exam and then it issues a certificate. And then we have one girl whose name is Ash. And what she does is that after we build the curriculum, she goes through it. So she's a complete noob. So she's an ideal student in a way. She's intelligent, but she doesn't know anything about crypto. So she watches whatever material we finalize. So basically, she's like a beta student. And then she gives us feedback on what she understood, what she didn't understand, and what her questions were. And once we have her feedback, then we can improve the course, add in the stuff that was missing. Because me as a computer scientist and Sergio as a software engineer, we take a few things for granted. For example, a resource might mention object oriented programming and we might just ignore it. For us, it's 1 plus 1 equals 2. But for a noob, for a beta student like Ash, it's like, what was this? Like, what was this term? I was stuck here. You know what I mean?
Yes,
So
yes.
It's three people. Two of us make the content, and one is an auditor or beta student who helps come up with feedback, etc. And currently, I'm doing the content work for the next module, and Sergio is building the software. So this is the delineation what we've done so that it's more focused.
Right.
We hope to
Eh,
have the software ready soon, and once it's there, I'll let you know. We'll give you a certificate. We'll give you make you take the exam and
hook me
do
up,
the
man.
whole
You should
course,
let me.
and
You
we'll
should
give
let
you a
me
free
be one of
certificate.
your. You should let me be one of your noob students.
You
Try it
can
out.
be. It's the course is live. The certification system is not live. The course is
Okay.
free 100% for everyone forever, but the certification system is going to be paid.
What about your content with Life Math Money? Your YouTube video, for example. Does anyone create the thumbnails?
So far, it's just me. I use Canva. I move very fast, so I'll just record. Then I have a guy who edits the video. Edits the audio for me. So what he does, he removes the sounds, he adds background music, etc. And I know how to do all of that myself. It just saves me time to just send it to him, get it back, and
Mm-hmm.
then I will just go to Filmora, add like some video that I shot on it, put my logo on it, and just
Mm-hmm.
upload it. I also have a teacher who's helping me with the whole accent thing and
Okay.
helping me like become more understandable to a Western audience. Because for a Western audience, an Indian accent is hard to understand. Well, they can tell what you're saying if they pay attention, but it's a bit like you have to pay full attention to get it. It's like, for example, as an Indian, when I hear a Chinese person speak, I have to constantly, be aware of what they're saying to get it. Otherwise, I don't understand what they have said. So that's what happens to Indian accents abroad. And if you are someone like that, if you're creating content with that accent, you will only be like watched by people from, say, in my case, India. I want to be global. So for me, I have to be, if I have to sound understandable and pleasant to a global audience. So that's why I'm learning how to do the American accent.
Have you gotten any pushback from that from like a
I
core
do
Indian
get a lot
audience?
of like mostly Indians who are going to be like, dude, what are you doing? Because for Indians, of course, it sounds a bit weird, right? Dude, what are you doing? Like you sound weird as shit. But all of my Western audiences, like non-Indian or American or British people, I get a lot of comments saying, "Hey, your accent is getting much better. I'm able to understand without having to focus, and it's much clearer now." So it's a trade-off. You're gonna piss off some people from India who are more attached to the whole Indian thing, but it also makes it much easier for the rest of the world to understand you. So I'm trying to find the sweet spot where it's not super different for Indians, but also easy to understand and pleasant to listen to for Americans and European people. Because at the end of the day, even if someone from the US or Europe can understand what I'm saying in my native accent, unless it's pleasurable to listen to, no one's going to listen to it. Like I've
Right.
had this experience where I bought an ebook, but I didn't like the narrator's accent and I just didn't listen to the ebook, like the
Mm,
audiobook.
right.
So it has to be pleasant to understand. It has to be understandable without effort, and it has to be pleasant. So if I would say that there's like three levels, okay. So the basic level is that are people able to understand what you're saying if they pay attention? So that's the basic level which a lot of regional accents have. The next level is to be able to understand you without putting in effort. And the third level is what I ideally want to reach is to be able to speak so fluently, so nicely that you sound pleasant. People want to hear you just because of how you speak. Someone who does this really well is Jordan Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm trying to achieve here.
Actually, I released a video yesterday called "Be Articulate Like Jordan Peterson." So you guys
Ha.
should check that out.
I'm gonna check it out. He speaks really, really well. Like his words flow really well.
well,
Well, he
and
is a native speaker, so
Well, I was gonna say, even with Jordan Peterson, you know how we were talking about how you get support from some people and you get backlash from some people as well with the voice training. Even with
Mhm.
Jordan Peterson, I mean, I think he's articulate. You think he's articulate, but I know a lot of people that say that he sounds whiny, that he's not articulate, that he lacks charm. And I'm saying Jordan Peterson, I feel like that's completely different. They're like, oh no, man, I can't listen to him for more than 2 minutes because he's so annoying. And it just shows you how subjective the voice is.
Yeah, you can't please everyone. You can't. I don't think you can please everyone, but there are certain things that, well, people naturally dislike, most people. For example, if you speak very nasally like this,
Hmm.
most people are not going to like it. And there might be some odd guy who might actually like that voice, but that's like an outlier.
Do any comments ever hurt your feelings, or
No.
you just brush it by?
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words on the internet will not hurt me.
There's never been anything that got under your skin.
No. My
Good.
life is going far too well for me to care about internet nonsense.
Hmm. That's
What
good,
about
man.
you?
Nah, man. I mean, I'm the exact same way. I've heard it all, so it never hurts my feelings. One thing I did notice though is there's there's differences in the kind of criticism that you get. One group, you know that they're trolling you, so you're it's easier to brush them up aside. But let's say you respect the person, and the person that you respect criticizes you. That often stings a little bit more, but it's never to a point where I'm crying over it. I'll take in the feedback, I'll adjust, or I'll just discard it, and then I'll go about my life.
Hmm.
Where there was this one guy who was just like, um, I forgot what he said. This is when I was first starting my podcast, 2019 or so, and he was a hardcore follower of my Twitter. And as soon as I posted about my podcast, he's like, "Hey, what's up, bro? I just want to let you know that I turned on your podcast and turned it off. I hated it, but anyways, I love your tweets though." And I was like, that stung me, bro, because I know this guy. He's someone that I liked. So he never even told me what was wrong with it. So I was gonna shoot him a DM later. But over time, I think if you're creating on the internet, eventually you start to build this thick skin. Where in 2019, I was just learning for the first time, but I saw that there were tiers to criticism, criticism from complete strangers and from people that you respect.
Hmm.
Has there been a time when someone that you respected criticized you
Yeah,
or
it
criticized
happened
Life
to
Math
me
Money?
very recently, actually. So there's a men's rights activist. I won't name her. I will say she has a good heart. And she's old and she's not married. She's like, I think 37 or something. And I said something along the lines of, and I say this all the time, where marrying a girl over 28, 27 is like buying a packet of milk right before its expiry date, like a day before it expires. And it's a simple comment. It's all about, like the purpose of marriage is having kids. And if you don't, intend to have kids, why get married? So if you are marrying someone who is above that age, it's like you can't have kids. Like you can, but it's like going to be much harder. So right before the expiry date. And this woman took it very personally, and she spent like the entire week attacking me over it. Like, hey, this guy hates women. And she took it very personally because I'm just assuming, but probably because she is in the same situation where she's 37, 38, and she's not married yet. So it really hurt her as a person, and she kept attacking me over it.
And you were cool with her before?
Yeah, I was cool with her before. I've interacted a lot of times before. Like, the thing, I don't hate her at all. Even now, she's attacked me a lot. She attacked me so much that she got her account locked out for like 13, 14 hours. And I never
What?
responded to her even once. So yeah, it was a very stupid reason why Twitter locked her out. So I identify as a woman, right? Hershina. And she says that I'm just pretending to be a woman. And that's against Twitter's policy. But I wasn't the one who reported her, and I
Oh, what? That's why
truly
she got banned? Or that's why she got put on suspension?
suspended for, like, she got like logged out for like one day or something. And she thinks that I reported her, but truly I don't want to report her. I like the cause that she's working for, the whole men's rights activist thing. But yeah, it wasn't me who reported her, but she thinks it was. So she keeps attacking me every once in a while still, which is probably going to get her account banned again because someone else is going to report her. Anyone can report anyone on Twitter for anything. Like it doesn't have to be the person you are attacking. Like anyone can report you for that. So she took it very emotionally, very personally, which I presume is that she's probably not a very happy person in her life, because when someone happy sees something they don't like or agree with, they just move on. But when you're unhappy, you tend to take it personally, and then you try to like assassinate the person's character who said something you don't like.
Well, it probably struck a chord with her.
I think she's in like the same situation. It's like calling a fat girl fat, it really pisses them off. So like calling an old girl, like I wasn't even referring to her. I just made a normal tweet that said that, marrying someone over 28 is like buying a packet of milk before it expires, like a day before it expires. And it wasn't like adorating her, but she got really, really crazy about it, and she kept DMing me and calling me different names. So
Oh, she was DMing you too?
yeah, I was polite to her in the sense that I just explained my viewpoint, and then I just like was like, okay, like if you're going to be like this, we can't have a conversation.
You blocked
But
her
no, I didn't block
afterwards?
her. No, no,
So did that upset you at all?
not really. I just felt bad for her in the sense that the reason she's having such an adverse reaction to it is because her life is not going well, right? She the reason she's mad about it is because she's single at 37 or whatever, however old she is now, and not because of what I said is wrong. So I don't feel upset at what I said. I just feel like bad for her. I just feel like she's suffering.
Hmm,
You see what I mean?
I do see what you mean.
And I think she has a good heart. I don't think she's a bad person. I've known her for like a year now, and
And I,
she has good goals. She is fighting for men's rights, and that's a good thing. I agree with her cause. So I have nothing against her. I
hmm,
just can't promote her anymore because she's kind of attacking me. So that
hmm,
sucks.
that'd be weird.
Yeah, that would be weird, but
There was this one tweet I saw. It's like this girl wrote it and it went viral. It's like, why do men who are hurt start podcasts instead of going to therapy? And I busted out laughing. I thought, haha, that's pretty funny.
that's funny.
And I see so many guys who are, commenting on this. It's like, who are you to say this? How do you know that our podcast doesn't change lives? They're attacking the girl. I'm like, bro, man, it looks like
Therapy
they.
is expensive. Podcasts are free.
Yo, Harsh, I hear an echo from my voice. Do you hear an echo?
No, sorry. Let me reduce your volume. I'm not using headphones.
Okay.
Are you still hearing it? Or were you
Uh,
hearing it from the beginning?
well, when I was saying the tweet, I can still hear it right now.
Oh, you can still hear it. Okay, sorry.
Hmm.
I'm going to switch to headphones. This is like,
Okay.
hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry about that. I typically don't wear headphones because, like, for wearing it for 3 hours at a stretch kind of annoys me.
Right. So basically, when that tweet came out, so many guys were getting pissed. And I'm like, man, it's such a bad look that you're getting this mad. You should have just laughed it off. Otherwise, it looks like you're hurt. And that's the reason you started a podcast.
Yeah, I don't think anyone starts a podcast because they're hurt, but it's a very funny thing to say.
I do
It's,
know some
it's
people that do that.
oh, really?
Hmm.
I know some people who try to vilify their actions by becoming an influencer, where let's say someone made bad choices, but they try to promote those bad choices as a way to feel better.
Well, I have a tweet. A lot of years can go wasted because you took the advice of someone who was hurt and never healed. So some people,
Mm.
they'll be so hurt and they'll speak with so much conviction to justify their bad decisions, while behind the scenes they're upset, but they're the blind leading the blind.
Yeah, that is something I like agree with completely. For example, this woman who was attacking me typically posts tweets every once in a while saying like it's okay to be unmarried at 37 or whatever, and she's happy because even though she's unmarried, even though her actions clearly state the opposite, but I'm willing to bet she believes that what she's saying, but even though she's clearly not happy, the way she's behaving shows that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like one of those things, for example, let's say that you want to justify your actions. You've gotten all the way to 40, you are not married, you have no kids, you can't have kids anymore because your fertility is gone. And at 40, you see your niece at 20 years old, okay? And your niece is asking you, what is it like to be single? And now you don't want to say that I'm unhappy, because that's like, you want to save face. So you say, hey, my life is amazing. I can travel wherever I want. I have no one to answer to. I have complete freedom, etc. And you're basically like ruining this woman's life because she's going to believe you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like misery loves company.
Right.
So that's, I think, what's going on with a lot of things, where people make bad choices and then they try to like justify those choices by getting more people into it. Like drug addicts will like ask you to consume drugs, like they will offer it to you, even though
Mm-hmm.
they know that these drugs are like not good for you, but they want to act like it's normal, everyone should do it. And that's why they peddle it. It's like misery loves company. They want to spread their misery, or at least save face.
Have you had any other moments when, a familiar face started to attack you?
Not in recent history.
That's good.
What about you?
So I didn't ever have this guy attack me, but this was, I would say, 2018. So this was a long time ago. And I recall initially the guy was giving me a lot of support, but later on he would keep quote retweeting me and misquoting me. And he'd get a lot of these his random followers like agreeing with what he said to something that I never said. And I thought that was strange. And eventually he just leave me on red whenever I want to hit him up to, record some content together. So, I mean, he never hated on me. It just he
The
switched
willful
up on me.
misrepresentation.
Yeah.
Like I
Uh,
said, I like rice, and you say Arman loves only rice
mhm.
and hates like
Right, right.
whatever else. Yeah.
It was exactly something like that. I wish I could recall the tweet. I don't delete any of my tweets, so I'm pretty sure I could find it if I look for it enough. But it was just one thing where he completely misrepresented what I said, and people are all agreeing with him. I'm like, what? And I'm not one of these kinds of guys that's going to debate you online. I think that's a waste of time, especially if you have stuff going on for you. But I mean, it ended up giving me a whole bunch of new followers because he was a pretty big account. But this was someone that supported me a lot in the beginning stages, so I thought that was strange. With social
Mm.
media, with social media, not too many people are loyal. Most people are doing whatever it's going to take to get engagement. So you better be picky with the people that you make friends with on social media, because for a lot of individuals, their main motivating factor is it going to get engagement or not?
Yeah, it's actually harder to trust people on social media. One trick I found is that someone who has a large body of work across multiple years, they're more likely to be consistent with what they have produced and not, change their mind one day and start attacking you.
Hmm.
But you have to like be careful. Like people who will betray you will likely have betrayed someone else in the past. So you have to
Right.
like dig through their history.
Hmm. For example, that Fresh and Fit group that I was talking about before,
Hmm.
I would say last year was when they were blowing up. And I've seen their channel go from 15,000 subscribers. Right now they're at 600,000. So
Nice.
they've been growing. But there was a period last year where they got massive backlash. And a lot of the people that came on their show that were supported by Fresh and Fit started to make reaction videos clowning them. And nowadays, if you go on YouTube, there's a whole niche of people who just react to Fresh and Fit, making fun of them the entire time. But during that moment of them getting that backlash, I started to see how quickly people can switch up, where it happens. And that's why, I keep my circle small. I don't, you're one of the guys that I connect with online, but I'm not over here trying to connect with every single person that I meet. I build relationships, but I'm not over here talking to someone for 2 plus hours. every 2 weeks, like with you.
Ah, I see. What do you think of these reaction type content people? I think it's like it's a bad hustle in the sense that like your entire life is devoted to reacting to others. What are you producing? How are you improving the world? You see what I mean? So
Hmm. They're commentators, not creators.
yeah, they're like people on the sidelines booing at you or cheering you, but they're not like doing anything.
It's like in a conversation, you'll often see that, one guy is creating a lot of topics and the other guy is just waiting to shoot those topics down or find holes in it. Where, yeah,
Mm.
both of them are participating in the conversation, but their strategy is completely different.
Yeah, it's not productive or it's not adding anything or being valuable. It's just mindless entertainment for idiots.
I think, in terms of just as a consumer, I appreciate reaction videos because it just gives me a different angle from the content. One of the reaction channels I like is mediocre tutorials and reviews.
Ha,
He's just,
mediocre.
yeah, that's a pretty funny name.
Are they any good?
Yeah, surprisingly, he's pretty good.
Oh, so he's lying.
And Playback,
False fake
that's another
advertising.
and another YouTube channel is called Playback. But from their lens, I mean, my personal measurement of success is, are you creating something? If not, I mean, I see a role for creators in the environment, but I think there's tiers. I think if you're a real creator, you're higher than a commentator.
Of course.
You know,
Anyone can do commentary. How many people can create?
very few.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It's been around since forever. Even movie reviewers, what are they doing? They're just reviewing someone else's content. They're not like making something new. And this comes from a guy who gives zero respect to movies and thinks they're all bullshit. So
Is that something I could ever change your mind on, to give at least one movie a chance? That movie's called Interstellar.
actually, I like some movies. Like I like a couple of movies a lot. I just think they're all wastes of time. You
Hmm.
see what I mean? Like
I do see. Do you
I
ever?
do I do see them as a vehicle for cultural change. I intend to use them in the future. It's just I'm not the right consumer for it. Sorry, go
Right.
ahead.
Do you watch Bollywood movies or give it a chance?
The last time I watched a Bollywood movie was 2013.
2013. Was it a Shah Rukh
Yeah,
Khan movie?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you
I
know
think
who
it
Shah
was a
Rukh Khan is?
yes, I know who Shah Rukh Khan is. Bollywood. I remember watching this movie in 2013 with my college friends, like my high school friends, like in your language. It's considered college. 11th grade is college in India.
Hmm.
So my high school friends in India. So that's the last time I watched a Bollywood movie. I think the movie was about suing a bunch of religious people, like the Pope and people, the religious leaders, for an earthquake that happened. The
Hmm.
concept was that, well, if you guys are the messengers of God and God just like destroyed my shop, then you gotta pay me back.
I think people who live in India, this is my insight at least. A lot of them don't like Bollywood. They're like, "Oh man, it's corny, it's cheesy." But if you live outside of India, in the U.S., when they see a Bollywood movie, they're in awe a lot of times. They're like, "Wait a minute, they were just acting. Now they're singing and dancing." I'm like, "Yeah." So singing and dancing is built into a lot of Bollywood movies. And if you're predominantly an American movie consumer, this is unheard of. It's like, wait, what? So is this a musical? I'm like, no, it's not necessarily a musical. It's just built into the Bollywood movies. And for me, I mean, I used to hate Bollywood movies. I used to think it was corny. But nowadays, I like it, man. I'll watch it every now and then on Netflix.
It's like whatever you whatever is different from your culture is exotic.
Yeah.
So for Westerners, Bollywood is exotic, but people here in India think Hollywood is really good because it's more exotic.
Hmm.
You see, it's like how Westerners are all into like Buddhism and peace and meditation because it's exotic. People here don't care.
Yeah.
But here it's like a regular thing, and you see what I mean.
That's a good observation. It's
So I
like,
think it's a
have you ever heard of
desire to be different, I would say,
uh,
like a desire to be different from other people. That's what plays a role.
have you ever heard of Pitbull?
Yes, I like his music. Good stuff.
Oh, do you? Okay, so he was from like not too far away from where I'm from. So I was from West Palm Beach. He's from Miami. So initially, in the beginning stages, he was this amazing rapper, insane lyricism, and for some time, I'm like, man, how do more people not know about him? He's so freaking good. But as more years started to go on by, he started to become more and more mainstream. And if you follow hip hop, you have two options. You could either be very lyrical and appeal to your core audience, or you could become more mainstream, which is what pop means. Pop is short for popular. And
Ah, is that so? I never knew that.
right. So eventually, Pitbull ended up becoming more pop, rap pop. And, in where he's initially from, Miami, he's seen as a sellout. People are like, oh man, his music is trash nowadays. His whole beats, it just isn't right. But people from overseas, they love Pitbull. He's known as Mr. Worldwide. So it just shows you uh, the differences. Where in the US, a lot of people look at Pitbull as a joke nowadays. They're like, oh, he's corny. But overseas, he's still a sensation.
Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know about the whole sellout thing. Like
Hmm.
sellout of what?
Like the art.
What art?
So with hip hop, it's poetry. So if you
It's a
listen to,
business.
yeah, so that's another way to look at it. So let me ask you, say, I'm trying to find out what an equivalent of life math money selling out is. Okay, so let's say some is there a certain fitness lifestyle that you're completely against or a certain diet
I
plan?
think the equivalent of life math money selling out would be like becoming more like BuzzFeed.
Yes, there we go. Now imagine you make 5 times more money by producing that kind of content. Would you do it?
No.
So your artistic side is stronger than your business side.
No, I just have different goals in the sense that I want to start a cultural revolution and I want people to be more traditional. And I, in the sense that I make so much money that it's literally like that I don't particularly care about money. You see what I mean?
Hmm.
So I these are like it's a bit of a religious fervor kind of thing where I'm doing this to build a better world as how I see a better world would look like, not to make money. But if I was doing it for money, then I would have done the switch. For example, with my affiliate marketing business, which is purely for money, if a switch like that would have made me more money, I would have done it with my affiliate marketing business. But with Life Math Money, I have a different goal. I'm trying
Hmm.
to achieve something in the world. I'm trying to change the culture, and I don't want to compromise my core values.
Okay, I actually found a perfect analogy to for you to understand the whole Pitbull ordeal. Imagine there's this account on Twitter that's been posting in-depth breakdowns about life, psychology, human nature, etc. And the minute that he starts getting more traction, all of a sudden he starts posting platitudes. If you believe it, you
Ah,
can see it. And yeah, I mean, he's getting a lot more engagement, he's getting a lot more followers, but his core people are like, dude, he's over here tweeting basic stuff. Old school version of this account used to be so in depth, filled with life, artistic, but nowadays he's just regurgitating the same trends. That's what it was viewed like when Pitbull went from
I
that
see.
hardcore rap,
Interesting.
because I've seen his evolution. I mean, I'm telling you, he lived, I would say, 1 hour to 1 hour, 15 minutes away from where I lived. So I never met him, of course, but I heard about him, his music a lot. So before he was this global sensation, like we used to hear about his music in West Palm Beach. I believe this was in like 2007. So we've seen that transition.
So basically, Pitbull scaled in the sense that he diluted his art to scale.
Right. And here's the thing, if you're like this lyrical, amazing rapper, you're not necessarily going to appeal to someone, let's say in China or in Nigeria, who's just trying to feel the beat, feel the melody. They don't want to overhear sing along to all these in-depth rhymes. They just want to feel a certain way. And Pitbull was able to understand that. So he's just like, you know what? I'm going to go mainstream. And that's what he did.
I think it depends on what his goals were, whether he was a sellout or not, in the sense that if his goals were to promote the initial version of whatever music he was doing, let's call it pit rock. So if his initial version was to promote pit rap, then he's a sellout. But if his vision itself was to just make music and make money, then he's not a sellout. Then he's just doing what he started with. Then he's just a businessman. And the people calling him a sellout just thought he was something else.
Hmm. The thing with Pitbull, man, is that, nowadays people will laugh if I say this, but he's a genius in terms of music. He could rap in English, he could rap pop, and he's amazing in rapping in Spanish.
Yeah,
Not too
anyone
many
who
people can do
makes that
that.
type of money with their skill is a genius. Anyone.
Hmm. Right.
Like, you don't get to the top if you're an idiot.
I was going
Like,
to ask
that's
you,
very rare.
do you consider yourself a genius?
No.
I I don't know, man. There's some stuff that you do like behind our scenes conversations where I wouldn't rule it out.
I think that I'm very young. I'm
Or are you being too humble?
26 and
Man,
I have a lot to learn in the
the
sense
age doesn't
that
matter, man. Be honest. Do you think you're a genius?
not really.
Well, my perspective of you is that you're one of the guys that I know that sees things in a very different way, especially in terms of business, the way that you go about certain processes. I mean, it's probably because you're with yourself all the time, but as an outsider, I'll definitely say you're creative,
Creative, sure. I do think I'm creative, but genius, I don't know.
which is why
Let's see.
I found it weird that you take the IQ exam so seriously. Normally, creative people don't take it that seriously.
Creativity is an expression of intelligence, and IQ is like a crude way to measure it. So I'm not a fan of the IQ exam as an accurate test of intelligence, but it's the best we have so far to measure intelligence in the sense that, I would love to have a better metric to measure intelligence, but until we can figure out what is, this is a good proxy.
I don't know if
And
you
what
can measure it.
the biggest criticisms that IQ gets is that it's a proxy in the sense it's not 100% accurate. You see what I mean?
Hmm.
So IQ is really important in my opinion. And a lot of things which people think are not related to IQ, like creativity, are actually related to IQ.
I don't know about that. I don't know if intelligence should be measured. That's like trying to measure how much you love something.
Why not? Why should it not be measured? Just because the measure is not so like it's not like a perfect measure doesn't mean there's no value in measuring something. And
Because
I
I think
also
it
think there is value in measuring how much you love something.
because
For
I
example,
think
you might have a trade off. Like you have two girls, you have to pick one. So if you can measure how much you love each other, like, you know, then it might be a factor.
well, here's the
Or,
thing. My problem with measuring intelligence is that it gets you thinking in a box. Like for us to say that Pitbull is a genius, I don't know what his IQ score is, and I don't think he even knows. I don't think he cares. But if he did care and he invested a lot in it, and let's say he scored low on the IQ exam, then he would have never understood his genius in music.
so what you're doing is you're conflating the effects of knowing something with the idea itself. So I agree with you that thinking in a box is
Hey,
not good for you.
Harsh, you broke
Yeah.
up. Can you say that again?
Yeah. So I think what you're doing is you're conflating the idea with the effects of knowledge of the actual idea in the sense that um, thinking in a box is not good, of course. But I don't think it's a fair assumption that knowing your IQ makes you think in a box. Let me give you an example, okay?
Hmm.
Knowing that I can't jump 6 feet high does not make me think in a box. It's still a limitation I have. Or knowing how high I can jump, does that make me think in a box? or knowing how long I can run, how many kilometers I can run at once, does that make me think in a box? Or knowing how, let's say, how
I,
long I can hold my breath, does that make me think in a box or not?
I don't think these are the right analogies because let's break it down with the IQ exam. What determines how intelligent you are? Is it based
Your
off of how?
genetics.
Nah, I don't agree with that. But let's say this IQ exam. What does it measure? Like what's in the test? If
It's
you're saying that,
measuring how well you recognize patterns.
okay, but you think that's like the main key for intelligence? I mean, where
No,
does it
that's what
measure
I'm
work?
telling you. Like that's what I'm telling you, Arman. It's a proxy. It's not a good measure, but this is the only measure that's getting somewhere. So the criticism of IQ is that it's not a perfect measure. That's what you're saying, basically.
It's not a perfect measure, and I think it's completely inaccurate. Like I
It's not
mean,
completely inaccurate. It's not a perfect measure. That's a difference.
my version of intelligence is more like work ethic, discipline. These
That
aren't
is
stuff
hard
that I
work.
see.
Like a lot of really dumbass people, like a construction worker moving bricks, can work really hard, have amazing work ethic. Does not mean he's intelligent.
IQ predominantly measures the intellect.
It measures your ability to recognize patterns, which is a good proxy of intelligence.
I don't know, man. I mean, I think we're gonna have to agree to disagree because I'm not a big fan of the IQ.
I think the
I think
fact
it's a
that you're
waste of
not a
time.
big fan of it is coloring your judgment, to be honest.
Well, I gave it a chance. I mean, I gave it a lot of chance. I looked at it, and it's not something that I'm like, oh, whoa, like this is something that like me knowing or me not knowing is going to see the way that I take in information.
Yeah,
Like, is
I
it?
know what you mean. In the sense that just because you have a score doesn't necessarily mean that you're not good for something or you are. But what it does show you is, for example, if you go to a college, okay, Arman,
Mm-hmm.
and you go to the best college, let's say you go to MIT and you give everyone an IQ test in MIT, the IQ score on average, what you receive, is going to be higher than if you went to a construction site where people were moving bricks all day and then you gave them the same IQ test. You see what I mean? In the
But what
sense
about?
that,
Okay, I get that part. But what about the MIT versus 50 top billionaires? Do you
yeah,
think all
you
these billionaires have like high IQ?
probably yes. I'm willing to bet that they have high IQ. Like I will put my money there.
I don't know, man. I really don't know. I mean, that's something that I'd have to think about. A guy like LeBron James, I mean, he's worth a whole bunch of money. He's going to become a billionaire soon. I don't think he has a high IQ.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's a sportsman, right?
Right.
Yeah, I don't. There is some correlation between being intelligent and being better at sports. Like, for example, where will the ball come so you can catch it, etc. Like, if you're playing cricket or something, I don't know what game he plays. I think basketball, he said. So how to like what places to move, etc. So it does make a difference, but it isn't necessarily something that is dependent on IQ, his skill and income. So it's like it might not be a big factor in the thing that he does, but it definitely is a factor, but it's not the only factor.
I think your wealth is a better measurement of intelligence because it factors in more parts of reality. It factors in your specialized skill set, your ability to connect with other people, think long term. I mean, I think that's a better measurement of or your intelligence versus some exam.
I will disagree with that. I'll tell you why. I'll give you like my reasoning, okay?
Hmm.
Because the acquisition of wealth has far more factors than just intelligence, in the sense that it requires how cunning you are. It also depends on how much risk you are willing to take. Depends on your ethics. For example, one of the best and quickest ways to get rich is to steal it, in the sense that just pick people's wallet, you'll get free money. So it isn't like just IQ, in the sense intelligence is a factor, of course, but there are too many factors, and that makes wealth a bad measure for intelligence because there are too many factors. versus something that requires primarily intelligence. For example, how good you are with math, that would be a better measure of intelligence. Even though you might have people who are intelligent but not good at math, on average, it's a better measure of intelligence than how rich you are. Likewise, so IQ test is just measuring for pattern recognition, and it doesn't require prior knowledge, in the sense that someone who is not educated in math, like someone who doesn't can't like hasn't been taught how to add, multiply, divide, is going to suck at math, of course. So it requires a prior amount of education to be good at it. So IQ testing is the it's a pattern recognition test which doesn't require any education. Like, you don't have to have any prior knowledge. So for example, you might be given a pattern like a stick is horizontal, then it turns 30 degrees, and then in the third image it turns 30 degrees. So where will it be in the fourth image? So you can recognize that, okay, it turned 30 degrees once, it turned 30 degrees twice, so it's going to turn 30 degrees again, so it's going to look like this. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's that type of stuff. So it's like trying to detect how smart or intelligent you are without you having to know some background information, or you needing some background knowledge. So it's like a proxy way to measure intelligence. And the biggest criticism it gets is that it's not a perfect measure. That you can be smart but not score well on the IQ test, and there are people who've done this, etc. But the IQ test is a good measure of intelligence, and intelligence plays a role, not the IQ score itself. And this is just like a crude way to measure how smart you are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I've been speaking way too much.
No, no. I mean, as you were speaking, I was googling some of the questions that are asked on the IQ exam, and I see what you're talking about. I mean, I'm not going to rule it off completely because I mean that's I'm always open minded to understand more. Just for this state of Arman at the moment of March 8th, 2022, I don't take it too seriously, but I mean it's open to interpretation for me at least within the next couple of years.
Hmm.
Do
Yeah,
you did you take your IQ exam?
not really. I haven't like formally taken exams. On the internet I have, but not
I
like.
I took it when I was 6. I forgot the score.
Yeah, it's not super accurate when you're really young, in the sense that it's even more inaccurate because your brain is not developed.
But don't they say something like your IQ exam is fixed?
Yeah, it is, like, in the sense that if you are scoring at around 80 at 25, it's not suddenly you're not going to score around 110.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's going to be in a small range, maybe plus minus 15-20%, depending on how you were feeling when you took the exam. But ideally, you like it should be similar.
That's
It's not
another thing though, man. It's I'm just not a big fan of tests because what you were just saying, like what if you're feeling weird that particular day? Do you
yeah,
take a
it
few of these exams?
no, it's like it's measuring your, like, it's supposed to be a shitty measure of intelligence, let's say that. Okay, not shitty, but like an imprecise measure of intelligence at the time the test was taken. It's like if you take your blood sugar test in the morning after you've eaten, it's going to give you a different result if you take it before you ate.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're measuring your weight where there's fluctuations.
Yeah, but since it's like measuring your intelligence, it's not supposed to fluctuate so much, it's not supposed to change too much. So, but yeah, I can totally see how someone, let's say they were malnutritioned, so they were like not scoring so high, their brain was not functioning, and then they corrected the malnutrition, and then their intelligence is better now. So I can see things like that happening. But if you are in perfect health, feeling great, and you give the test, and then 5 years from now you give the same test, ideally you should not score differently. Unless, of course, like, over time your intelligence has degraded. Let's say you're like 75 or something. So
And is this an exam that you plan to take one of these days?
no, what the information would not be useful to me. Like, what would I do with it?
Well, that's what I've been trying to say too, bro. Where I'm like, I don't really see this being useful exam in terms of my life. So, I mean,
It's not
what purpose does it serve?
individually useful, but it is collectively useful, Armand. For
Oh,
example,
yeah, I agree with you there. Where it's same thing with personality tests. Like individually, it's not going to make much sense, but in a societal level, yeah, you could notice certain patterns that can give you useful information.
Exactly. So it's not a useless test at all.
Yeah, I'll probably have to do more research on that. Just because I mean, it seems like you did a lot of research and you have some opinions regarding it. Do you do you see it being a big role in other people's lives? Just knowing the information, would you say it'll help them?
It can help you with things like picking better employees, picking better spouses, and for example, if you have to accept people to some program, etc., then you can like pick smarter people. For example, if you're running a school or a university and you have 10 seats and 50 applicants, then it would probably be like meritorious to give it to the smartest people.
Hmm.
So it has uses in that sense, but not a use as a limiting factor. For example, hey, my IQ is only 90, that means I can't do this even though I'm good at it. So that's like a bad excuse type use, but it has definitely has good uses. For example, you don't want to marry a girl who scores 75 because she's going to be dumb as shit and then her kids are going to be dumb as shit.
You're gonna give her a IQ exam the day before the marriage.
I would ideally like to talk her into taking an IQ exam like before things get to that. I've actually done that a lot of times where I just like get a girl like, hey, check this thing out, it's really cool. Like on the internet.
Little does she know. Next week, Harsh breaks up with her.
I will only say that it has happened before.
Has it?
Yeah.
Ah, damn.
The thing is that if I know someone, I'm not going to be like, in the sense that I know for a fact that this is not the right person, then there's no real point in me wasting her time and my time.
Mm-hmm.
And IQ intelligence is something I really care about. So I mean, not just based on an IQ test. For example, even in conversation, you can tell who's smart and who's not. Like dumb
Right.
people typically like to talk about movies and things like that. What happened at your job, what secret was revealed, and the whole interpersonal affairs things. While
Mm-hmm.
smarter people want to talk about systems, concepts, and more interesting stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
you can always tell, but it helps to confirm. Sometimes you can be wrong.
Right. Was that the deal breaker? Let's say the girl checks all the other boxes but has a very poor IQ. Is that a
Yeah,
deal
that's a
breaker?
deal breaker. In fact, I know a girl whose family wants me to marry her, like their daughter. But this girl is really, really hot, like 9.5 by 10, really hot. And her family is really good in the sense that they're very supportive, cooperative. They come from the same culture, and the girl is very feminine. Like she's incredibly hot, incredibly feminine. So she ticks every single box, and her family has been wanting her to marry me ever since I was 16 years old. So about it from for about 10 years now, I think. And she's dumb as shit. I can't say yes. It's one of those things which is it's like, oh my god, it's like there's a big flaw here.
Explain though. How is she dumb?
She's dumb. Like this is the type of person who watches TikTok for 6 hours a day.
Ah, okay.
So she's dumb. She's real dumb. But she's hot and everything else is right. It's like there's a berry which is just poisonous.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is a factor for me at least, and I have rejected like a very very good candidate for it.
Okay, so for you, it's like I'm trying to see. Okay, so she's feminine too,
She's very feminine and she cooks really well, and she understands her duties as a woman.
and
So
how
if
often
she
have you
was
guys
smart,
talked?
she would be perfect. Yeah, I know her well. She's friends with me.
Okay, okay. So you've talked to her enough to gauge her general subject matter of
Yeah,
choice.
she's not intelligent for sure.
Okay.
The thing is, I kind of like took this one more seriously and really tried to understand because her family was like they kind of wanted me to marry her, right?
Mm-hmm.
In India, we have arranged marriages. But so yeah, I kind of like wanted to investigate how she is. Became friends with her, like understood, but it's just she's not smart, and She's a great person. She has a great family, but I don't want idiotic kids.
Is that what IQ exam says? Like your IQ is passed down?
IQ intelligence is genetic. IQ is a shit like an imprecise measure for intelligence, and intelligence is genetic. So it's very important to me that I pick an intelligent woman to marry, so that my kids are also intelligent like me, and the wife, so that they succeed in the world. Like we're living in a world where if you're not smart, you're screwed.
Survival of the smartest. Are you?
Yeah,
You don't have to say it if you don't want to dox yourself. But are you 6 foot?
yeah,
Okay. Well, I mean, I know a few people that aren't 6 foot, and you know how you're talking about they have to be smart.
yeah.
These friends of mine are like, well, my girl can't be lower than 5'8" or some measurement like that because their main gauge of understanding is I need tall kids. I can't have my kids be short like me. And these guys that I'm speaking about are like 5'7", 5'8". So their whole their whole filtration system for women are they have to be tall.
Eugenics. Hey,
Yeah.
are you calling me dumb, Arman? Are you saying I'm overcompensating?
So for you, like for example, like you do you care if the girl's tall or short, or that's not
Yeah,
even a thing that comes?
yeah, yeah, it matters. Like, I don't want short kids either.
So what's the cutoff? Like what if
I
she's
don't know the
5'2"?
cutoff. Like, I don't know. She has to be at least a bit taller. Like, she has to come up to my ears. I don't know how tall is that.
Dude,
Like,
ears?
I don't know. Like, she has to be tall. She can't be short. She can't be like 5 feet.
Are you taller than 6 foot or are you exactly 6 foot?
I'm exactly 6 feet.
Man, coming to your head, I mean, unless you have long ears, I mean, I'm thinking like 5'5" at least.
Yeah, 5'5", five
That's not
six.
bad. That's actually not that bad.
Yeah, 5'4" I'm willing to accept. Probably like 5'1", 5'2", not really.
Hmm.
Because it's like too short, and like I don't want short kids. Like, it's like fucking them up, especially if they're a guy. Like being a short guy sucks. And I have friends like that. It sucks for them.
How do you know? They tell you stuff?
I have had friends and like female friends and even an old girlfriend of mine who rejected like guys who were like really good. Like they checked everything, but they were short. Like
Hmm.
imagine like a guy who's making like more money than everyone. He's everything about him is right, except that his height is short, and there's nothing he can do about it either. So,
Right.
so
Man,
height
that's so
does matter.
unfortunate.
It is how it is. I
Right.
don't make the rules. I just play by them.
Well, I mean, that's an unfortunate thing with guys where, I mean, you can't change your height.
Yeah, it's like one of those things you just have to accept and try to find like a tall girl just to like improve your genes. I would say
Have you
improve
ever
in like air quotes. I don't want to like.
have you ever seen this YouTube channel challenge called Smash or Pass?
I have not, but I can like guess what it is about.
Right. So there's 10 girls and 10 guys, and each one is going through the lines and saying
Okay.
smash or pass. And there was this one episode where the guy was 5'4". He had a big personality, funny guy, can tell jokes, but every girl is just passing by him and they're making fun of his height as they say pass. And
Yeah, that's a Tinder kind of shit, where people just judge you on your appearance. Like, if you're like judging someone really quickly, that's what you would do.
yeah, but it's like I'm laughing and the different people in the episode is laughing as well. But that's when I started to think, how does this guy feel? I mean, everyone is making fun of something that he can't control. Technically, I mean, is his self confidence hurt or not? Because you can't
Yeah, it
control that.
probably it's like, even if the guy laughs it off, he doesn't like it. So it's not right to make fun of him, but of course he is on like an entertainment show, so he should expect it. It's like a fat guy going to like a roast. Like he has to expect that people are going to make fun of him for being fat.
Bro, ninth grade, I was the shortest boy in my class. I was 5'2". And I just recalled it's such a different feeling. I mean, people just casually make jokes about it. And it's like you try to change up your posture, try to look taller, but you can't do anything about it. So uh, I get it why some guys are very picky about the height of the girl because they probably don't want their kid to go through the same thing.
It makes sense. It makes sense. I agree with that.
But
I
for
think
those
taller is
guys,
better.
you got to become a great communicator and you got to become wealthy because you becoming wealthy adds a couple inches to you.
Yeah, and I think being physically fit is also like very helpful because you can't change your height, but at least you can get jacked, right?
Hmm.
And girls like that, so better chances. Because usually girls are repulsed by guys who are shorter than them.
They have the heel check. They're like, I also have to be taller than them with my heels on. I'm like, girl, your heels are big. So like the
Yeah.
guy will normally be taller, but if she wears her heels, now he's shorter.
Have you ever had a girl measure your height?
Nah.
That happened to me once. It was really funny where a girl asked me, "Are you 6 feet?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then she stood and measured how tall was I in comparison to her, and then
Hmm.
confirmed it. It was really really funny. It was
I
like
got
the
my
first date too, so it
I got
wasn't like
myself
sorry.
I got myself measured recently, and the doctor's like, "All right, it looks like you're 6'1". I'm like, "Wait a minute, 6'1"? I've been told my entire life I'm 6 foot." They're like, "No, sir, it writes 6'1" right here," and he showed it to me. And I'm like, "Is he telling the truth, or all the other doctors telling the truth?" Because guys stop growing at what age 25,
I think 20.
20?
I don't think I've grown taller since I was 20.
Yeah, so I just say I'm 6. I don't want to. I don't want a girl to pull out a measuring tape and measure me.
Yeah, girls care a lot about height. It's super important to them.
Were you ever tall and fat, or you've always been? By the time you hit 6 foot, you've been in shape.
I have been fat twice after I almost got to 6 foot, but that was because of my CA exams.
Oh, okay.
So CA has like three C's. I'm a chartered accountant. It's CA for short, and it has three exams. And all of these exams are really difficult in the sense that they have passing rates about like 4%, 5%. So only 5% of people clear one exam, and they
Mm-hmm.
have three exams across 3 years, and you have to sit at your home and study for 6 months to clear that exam. And even like before the entire 6 months, you have to still study for the past couple of years. So during those days, I was just sitting in my house, like literally just sitting and eating whatever. I didn't care. I was just studying all day trying to pass this stupid exam,
Mm-hmm.
and I did pass it. But in the process of being home for a year, or like not working out at all, I got fat. So yeah, I've been fat and I've lost weight. So I know what it's like to be tall and
Mm-hmm.
fat.
Right. Every now and then I get a comment like, "Have you seen him yet? Have you seen Harsh? Is he?" And I'm like, "This guy.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe he might have.
Maybe, guys. Maybe we already hung out.
We're not telling you.
Are you still? Are you still bulking?
Oh, so I did a cut and I went from 100 to 90. And now I'm doing like a small maintenance time because I got really bored of cutting.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, currently I don't look fat at all. Like I look really fit. I don't
Mm-hmm.
have abs, of course. I need to cut like 7 more kg for that. But for now, I'm not cutting anymore. I'm just like eating at maintenance for like at least 1 month, and then I'll see what I need to do.
Do you eat the same thing every day?
No, I don't eat the same thing, but it's similar in the sense that I have roti and sabzi, right? But it's a different sabzi.
Mm-hmm.
So to give you a Western example, it's like a sandwich but different filling.
A Subzi?
A sabzi vegetable, like
Oh,
the
okay.
roti
Oh, yeah,
has
Subji.
to.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We call it Shobji. Same thing.
So it's a different sabji.
And you don't eat out during these times, right? Do you go to Subway?
I don't eat out when I'm cutting at all.
Mm-hmm.
If I do, like it's usually to have like eggs and things like that. Like I
Mm-hmm.
typically go out to eat eggs. We don't cook in our house.
Okay.
So I have like 10 eggs a day, and I do. I need the protein because I'm a vegetarian.
Right.
Eggs and whey protein. So that's how I usually. Or if I do go out, I usually eat healthy stuff like sandwiches or like a dosa or something.
Mm-hmm. I've been eating the same thing every day, and it's good when it's a simple thing. I don't. Whenever I watch these YouTube videos of people cooking, they have so many different ingredients. And I'm like, man, I don't want to do that, bro. I want something simple. And now I have such a simple meal that tastes good too. So I enjoy that.
Do you cook for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, like I don't really even cook. I mean, it's pretty much just seasoning the chicken, having it in bulk, and then just putting it in the air fryer, and cutting up a potato, and that's it. And obviously vegetables as well. So
Ah, I
it's
see.
not like I'm over here like slaving away in the kitchen for hours. I used to. I mean, when I was first starting lifting, I used to spend so much time cooking. And you could do that for a certain time period. But if you have a business and other work to do, spending that much time cooking just becomes tiresome after a while.
It's almost like, Arman, living alone is not like the best, most efficient way of life, right?
Right. Well, this is when like, I had roommates and stuff too. And like we'd all do the whole meal prepping thing together because we were all in, what do you call it? The lifting journey. But one thing I realized is if you can make it simple, then you're going to do it for a longer period of time. And to give you an example, have you ever heard of Logan Paul and KSI?
I have heard of Logan Paul. I don't know who KSI is.
Okay, so they were two competing YouTubers, and they would both make consistent YouTube videos. KSI is big in UK. Logan Paul was big in US. And for Logan Paul's vlogs, there were so many variables. Like he'd have to rent stuff out, drive, gather a bunch of people, travel, so much. But KSI would literally just be in front of his computer and react to videos. And in the beginning stages, Logan Paul was popping off more, but in the longer run, KSI has been more consistent. I don't think Logan Paul posts anymore, while KSI still posted this day. And the reason why is because KSI has way less variables. It's straight to the fundamentals. Or
Hmm.
like imagine if me and you like recording these podcasts, we needed like people to schedule for us, we needed to dress up, we needed
Yeah, that would
to do
like
a
take the
prep.
fun out of it.
I'm like, bro, that's too much, man. Just make it simple.
I totally know what you mean. Used to work for like back as when I was doing my CA. I was with one of the world's biggest auditing companies, and they have so much process, procedure, and documentation that you're most of the time you're not actually doing the work, but you're just doing the documentation.
Hmm.
So I totally know what you mean by that. Like, although it's interesting because I've heard of Logan Paul, but not the other guy, KSI, which kind of leads me to believe that Logan Paul won this competition.
Hmm. I'm surprised you haven't heard of KSI because
Let
he's
me
from the
Google his
UK.
name.
You may have seen him.
Maybe
They both had a boxing match.
KSI. Oh, there's a boxing match I really want to see. Are you familiar with Strongman Championships?
Mm-mm.
There's a guy called Eddie Hall, and there's a guy called I forget his name. He was. Have you seen this show? I think it's called Friends, and this guy was like the mountain in the Friends.
You mean in Game of Thrones,
Oh yeah, Game of Thrones. So
right?
he's called the Mountain. So he's an actor,
Mm-hmm.
and these two guys have some kind of fight going on where one guy is accusing the other guy of cheating. I can't remember his name. This Mountain guy. Let me think. Eddie Hall, Hafthor Bjornsson or some Hafthor Bjornsson. I think it has a special O from Iceland or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys have like a professional disagreement where um Eddie Hall apparently wins a championship, which this guy, the other guy, disputes. He says this person has cheated. So they want to settle it with like a boxing match. And these both of these guys are huge, like they're like
Oh,
180 kg huge.
yeah, I'm
So
googling it right now. They're huge.
I want to see what a boxing match between these two guys would look like.
Have you ever watched a boxing match?
I have not. This will be my first one when they do it.
You're slowly creeping into sports now.
No, this is just like I want to see what happens when someone this strong punches someone. Does the other person die or not?
Well, nowadays there's a lot of celebrity boxing matches going on. Where with KSI and Logan Paul, they ended up boxing one another, and it was a big deal because
No, but
these two.
these guys are just famous in the sense that these. I'm just looking at KSI, like a black guy with a bandana.
Hmm.
But these are like regular sized people with regular strength. And these two guys, like Eddie Hall and Halfter Johnson, are like two of the strongest people alive on Earth.
Big dudes, yeah.
Yeah, so I want to see what happens. Like, I've seen like some videos of Muhammad Ali fight where he's dodging like a lot of punches at the same time. But these guys obviously won't be as fast, so they're going to have to take a couple of punches here and there. I want to see what impact it has on the person taking it and how much force can be produced in an offensive way by one human.
Mm-hmm. Be interesting.
Yeah, I would love to see it. Apparently, this guy got it was supposed to happen in like in January or something, but one guy got injured, so it couldn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see.
See, when they're that big, it's interesting because they're strong, but their cardio isn't always that good.
I think they'll have trained to improve it. Like for a year, they're gonna train, and then they're gonna do the fight.
Mm-hmm.
But they're
Interesting.
so huge. It's so crazy. They're so goddamn huge. I just hope like one of them doesn't like die like before the fight happens because of everyone's favorite conspiracy theory and let's say quote unquote conspiracy theory quote unquote we don't want your channel banned from YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
and also the fact that they're using like copious amounts of steroids to be so big.
Mm-hmm. Do you still box, or you're done with that?
I haven't boxed ever since the whole COVID lockdown started, so it's been like 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it would be a good idea for me to box because last year I got like a big wrist injury. My wrist just flipped on the other side, and even now it doesn't feel as good as it was before. Like it still feels damaged, and when I
Right.
do pull-ups, it gives me some pain after. So I don't think pounding the wrist with boxing is a smart idea for me.
Mm-hmm.
I might learn wrestling though.
Something physical.
Yeah, I
I mean,
want
you're
to
still
learn.
lifting.
Yeah, I'm lifting, of course, but boxing involves like hitting the bag, and it kind of accumulates the damage that you already have created on your wrist by getting injured a lot of times with it. And
Did
then
you?
your work involves typing all the time, so it's like I don't want to fuck with the wrist.
Right. Did you ever think about creating a meal plan, a bulking meal plan for vegetarians?
I have it on the website. I'm going to do one more though.
Okay.
Let me link it so you can put it in the description. It's called how to get more protein as a vegetarian with an Indian vegetarian diet. With
Mm-hmm.
one sec, let me send you the link. I put it in the chat.
So you could eat eggs still.
Yeah, it's like, to be completely fair, most people in India do not consider eggs to be vegetarian. But in all fairness, eggs are vegetarian because all the eggs that you eat are not fertilized. They're a lot like a cow's milk in the sense that it's like a chicken's period. The chicken never meets a rooster.
Mm-hmm.
So it isn't exactly a living creature.
Would you
It's
ever
it's
be
like
a
honey
vegan?
and milk. Sorry, what? No, vegans are. Sorry, can you ask a question?
Would you ever be a vegan?
I think veganism is an eating disorder where humans require animal protein to survive in a healthy way. And if you don't eat meat, you need to have milk, like cow's milk. And if you're not having meat and cow's milk, then you're just a fucking idiot. But I would love to hear your thoughts. Do you also think they're fucking idiots or just regular idiots?
I don't know anything about it, man. I mean, I barely
So
even
you're
know the
just gonna
difference
dodge the
between.
question. Come on,
Well,
Arman.
I barely know the difference between vegetarianism and veganism.
I'll tell you the difference. Okay, the difference is that vegetarians still consume animal protein in the form of animal products like milk, and they also consume other animal products like butter, other dairy, honey, and things like that. Whereas a vegan just wants to live off grass and other plants and doesn't want any animal product because he thinks that, like drinking milk is bad, like it's hurting the cow, and he thinks that wearing wool is bad for the sheep, etc. So he hates all animal products and doesn't want to have anything to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to ask me if that's the case, both don't seem like a good idea. Just because I'm team meat.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that being
Do you
vegan is like,
do you ever see yourself eating meat, or is that completely a no go?
oh yeah, I don't have a problem with people who eat meat, and occasionally I've had meat before, and every once in a while my friends order something, they like, try it out. I'm like, okay, sure, no problem. I'm not like very, how do I put it, militant about it. I don't care that much.
So your friends eat meat?
I have lots of friends who eat meat.
Oh, okay. The way that you were initially describing it, I thought most people don't eat meat. Or like most people are vegetarians
No, most
in
people are not
India.
vegetarian. Even in India, like most people are not vegetarians. The
Oh,
average person eats meat. They just don't eat beef.
gotcha, gotcha.
There
That's
are
actually
certain states where most people are vegetarian, but not all states are like that.
yeah. I had a buddy, Sonny. I'm not gonna say his last name in case he's listening, but every now and then he was a vegetarian. Other days he'd eat meat,
Yeah, that's
b-
bullshit.
but he'd never eat steak. I mean, he'd eat chicken, shrimp, what else, squid, etc., but never steak. He's like, nah, bro, I don't touch that now.
Yeah, cows are considered sacred, so almost no one in India eats steak except the Muslims because
Hmm.
it's not sacred for them. They have a different religion. But yeah, Hindus will never eat cow. Most Hindus, like there are some nowadays who are like super woke and don't care. But yeah, most Indians will. For example, people who live near the coast will eat fish. Almost all of them, and people who live in like the middle areas will eat chicken, etc. So yeah, meat eating is common, but cow meat eating is like unheard of for Hindus.
Right.
Personally, for me, I would never eat a cow. Never, like never. I would rather starve.
Hmm.
But other meats I have tasted many times before.
Like what? Chicken,
Yeah, chicken. Yeah.
crab,
No, I haven't.
shrimp. Oh no,
No, no,
shrimp you
no,
don't eat.
no seafood yet. No,
So just
mostly
chicken
just
then.
chicken. Yeah, mostly just chicken.
Yeah. Okay.
What other meats
Did
exist? I think pork, etc. I
yeah, I
once
mean,
had pork by accident.
did you like it?
Not really. It
Hmm.
was a complete accident. I didn't know the dish had pork. I just ate it,
Right.
but it was not as good as people claim it is.
So you, if you can't eat cow, you can't eat oxtail, can you? Oxtail. It's a
What's
very
that?
famous. It's a very famous Jamaican food from ox. Do you
No,
know
you
what
can't.
ox is?
I would not eat an ox. No,
Okay.
like I would not eat a cow, a buffalo, an ox, or what's the other thing in English? A bull.
Uh huh.
So all of these animals I would not eat.
Got it. Got it. Okay. So do you ever see yourself eating, like, incorporating chicken into your diet more consistently?
If it was a necessity, sure, in the sense that what happened to a friend of mine was that he felt really sick, and the doctors told him that he needs to eat a lot of chicken because his body's running out of nutrition. So if something like that happened, then I will probably eat chicken a lot because I would rather live than die. So yeah, I'm not super militant about it. It's just
Mm.
generally I'm a vegetarian. Generally, I have
Okay.
tasted like a lot of meat before though.
Okay. Still not team seafood yet.
Never try. It just seems weird. Like the whole like shrimp and all. It looks like cockroaches. I just can't. I don't know.
Bro, you
I
missing
think
out,
that
man.
unless you grow up eating things like that, you won't be able to eat it. Like in China, for example, they eat bats and
Okay.
insects. But for you, it's like so I have the same feeling towards shrimp.
With shrimp? So do you ever eat like Chinese fried rice? Have you ever tried that?
The veg version of it that they sell in India, yes. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know what the actual version is like though.
Uh, people here love that, like going to Chinese food.
What does it have though? What does your Chinese fried rice involve?
So Chinese fried rice is just white rice, soy sauce, spring onions, eggs, and then you could choose your meat. And the three most popular meat are beef, shrimp, chicken, and nowadays they're putting in pork as well.
So yeah, I've had fried rice minus the eggs and the meat. So just the rice.
That's just rice, man. Rice and onions.
Yeah, but in India they put a lot of spices in it. It tastes really good.
The Do you eat roti?
Yeah, I love roti.
Is that your main carb source?
Yes,
And what
that and
else?
rice.
Do you eat dal, like
Hmm.
the lentils?
Yeah, I love that. It's really
It's
good
good.
for health.
I
I
mean, other
eat
than
paneer a lot, like low
paneer,
fat paneer. Yeah,
it has a lot of protein, right?
it has a lot of protein. So the way you want to do it is you don't want to buy from the market. What you want to do is you want to get the milk, you want to remove the ghee from the milk so it becomes like low fat milk, and then make it paneer. Because otherwise, you're just eating a ton of fat and you're going to get fat. So if you remove the ghee, then it's much healthier, or you can have a ton of, you can get a lot of protein without getting a shit ton of calories in you.
When you are done with your diet, or when you're done eating for the day, do you hold a lot of water?
No,
No
I don't
water
eat
weight.
that much sodium. Like, I don't like eat very salty.
Okay, okay. No, because with Indian or just desi food in general, I mean, there's a lot of spices involved. It's much different than in the US, where when I take my white friends to an Indian restaurant, like, oh my, like, do I eat it or do I take a picture with it? Because there's so much color.
Yeah, so outside food, like restaurant food,
Uh
veg
huh.
food is really unhealthy because they put a lot of salt and a lot of oil in it. But if you cook in your house, then you can control these things and make it really, really good for you.
We have this Indian food place called Bawarchi, and they make their biryani so freaking spicy. And one time I took my white friends there. I'm like, man, what am I doing? They're gonna hate me because, this place is so freaking spicy. So we go there, and before they even order the biryani, what happens is the waitress brings us some roti. They have some ketchup and some random sauces. And
Ketchup?
yeah. So ketchup is just one of the fillers that they had, but most people don't use the ketchup. Instead, they use the Indian sauces like the chutney, etc. So a few of my white friends
That's
are like,
weird. No one eats roti with like chutneys. Like it's usually eaten with the sabzi.
"Sabzi." Okay, so this is
A vegetable dish, yeah.
yeah. So this is the one where you just dip it. You're not. It's just an appetizer for the biryani. So we're not trying to get full yet. So what
Yeah, that's
happens is,
weird. Like that's not how Indians eat ever. But go ahead.
so what happens is, I'm over here, dipping the roti in the different sauces, and my white friends immediately go to the ketchup. They're like, "Oh wow, they have ketchup." I'm like, "How are you gonna come to an Indian store and go for the ketchup and not the Indian sauces?" And what happens is they start dipping the roti in the ketchup. They start eating it, and they're like, "Ooh, that's so tangy." And
Dude,
when they
Arman, the entire story of like dipping a roti in sauces is just killing me inside.
okay, so no, but the point is that they were saying that ketchup is tangy. I'm like, man, if you can't even handle ketchup, how the hell are you gonna eat this nuclear biryani that's about to come our way? So that's when I'm like, all right, man, you might as well not even order food. We'll go to Chipotle later.
I don't know, man. It's not an Indian food restaurant for sure. It's like a fusion food restaurant then.
It's more fusion. I mean, it's kind of like a Panda Express. Have you ever been to a Panda Express?
I have never even heard of it. Let me Google that.
Okay, because like people who are into Chinese food, they'll be like, "Oh, Panda Express isn't the real thing. It's too Americanized." But that was the founder's goal to make it American and Chinese food blend.
What are they serving? Are they serving pandas?
No, man.
Okay.
It's like orange chicken, Beijing beef, teriyaki chicken, fried rice, lo mein.
Oh, okay. No,
Do you see it?
it was like you said Panda Express and then you were like Chinese food. And I don't even know what the Chinese don't eat. So I was like, oh, that's weird.
Did you Google it?
Yeah, it looks like they're selling kebab, like pakoras of some type and noodles and broccoli.
So they're very well known for their orange chicken.
Is chicken orange? What do you mean? I've heard. I know black chickens, white chickens. I didn't know there was an orange chicken.
No, well, it's just a name. So they have regular chicken, they coat it, and then they dip it in this orange, sweet, and spicy sauce, and that's what Americans go wild for. But if you're straight
Ah.
from Asia or China, what happens is they're like, Panda Express, that's not real. I don't even want to hear it. It makes my skin crawl because
Oh.
it's a hybrid. So I
What's
think
the name you said? Let me Google that for the
Bawarchi,
Indian one. Yeah, spell it B.
Bawarchi.
Oh, Bawarchi. Bawarchi means a cook, not Bawarchi. Bawarchi.
Oh, okay,
Bawarchi. Although I think
Bawarchi.
the word should be Babarchi, but I think they're calling it Bawarchi because easier for Americans. Yeah, the food. Yeah, this isn't Indianish food. It's like, okay,
So click the link that I just sent you.
okay, one sec, clicking. The page
So,
is sending you to https href. Okay, I don't think you like copied the link correctly.
huh?
Can you send me like the proper link,
I did
not the
send it.
Google, uh, not the Google redirect notice.
Okay. The thing is, if I click the actual link, what happens is it doesn't show you the picture. It just shows you their entire menu.
It's fine. Send me the menu. I'll look for the picture.
Okay. So do you see that link?
Bawarchi biryani is. One sec. It's kind of showing up. Ah, I see the plate they have. Yeah, this is Indian. The whole dipping thing is not Indian at all. It's not a French fry. It's a roti.
Right, right. So imagine just a roti with those two sauces on the top left corner. Plus, they also had ketchup and other sauces. No one touches the ketchup normally, but since I took my two white friends there, they recognized the ketchup immediately. They're like, "What the hell is that white sauce and that orange sauce?" Nah, man, let me go to the familiar one. So that's for more context.
Ah, I see. I see. I went to this restaurant once, Arman. It's
Hmm.
it's a very good, expensive restaurant, and w- my friends ordered a French fry. And this restaurant is like known for the French fries. They give it with like seven, eight, nine different sauces, and I tried all of the sauces, and all of those sauces sucked. And I had to ask the guy to bring me ketchup because the ketchup was not in one of those eight sauces. So they
Ah,
had different, like they had like mango sauce, etc., etc. But they didn't have ketchup, and the only thing the French fry tasted good with was the ketchup.
ah, how original.
Yeah, they'd worked really hard. Like there was a mayonnaise, there was like different flavored sauce or whatever, like different. I don't even know the names of these sauces, but they all sucked.
But
Like
ketchup
that's
was
the
the only
only
good one.
thing they had in common. They all sucked. The mango one was still okay, but the only thing that was good was the ketchup.
Dude, I hate ketchup. By itself, at least. Like, it has to be mixed with mayonnaise.
Try doing this, okay? Go online and buy like organic ketchup that doesn't have any sugar in it, in the sense that the ketchup you buy is like mostly sugar if you buy the cheap one. But if you buy the organic one, it's mostly tomatoes. It tastes much better.
Do you like sriracha?
What is that?
Oh, wow, dude. I gotta get you on some sriracha. I'm sending you a picture right now.
Okay. Sriracha. It looks like a sauce.
Right. It's a spicy sauce. It's normally used in Asian dishes, but nowadays I just eat it with everything.
Do you like mustard?
Nah, man, I hate mustard. You? Unless it's honey mustard.
I think it's okay. It's very low calories, so like it's good for sandwiches and stuff. Like a lot. Like how much calories do mustard have? It's like 19 calories or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Calories in mustard. So I think the taste to calorie ratio is really good for mustard. Yeah, so like one packet of 5 grams of mustard will have like 3 calories, as opposed to something like mayonnaise, which will have like 40 calories maybe.
You guys have a McDonald's over there, right?
Yeah, of course.
What does
It's
it
everywhere,
sell?
man.
Oh,
It sells
what is
burgers and fries and Coke and drinks. But the burgers are
What
like
kind of burgers?
vegetable burgers, so aloo tikkis and different types of vegetable options. Then they sell chicken burgers for
Oh,
non-veg
okay.
people, and fish burger, egg burger.
Okay.
No
Like a
beef, no beef.
McChin. Right. So a McChicken, McFillet, all of that's there.
Yeah, McChicken. There's a fillet of fish, and there's a Mac egg in the non-veg section, and the veg section has aloo tikki, Mac veggie, paneer Mac spicy, and what else? There is a veg mahamak, I think,
Do you guys
which is made
have
of corn.
do you guys have a Wawa over there?
What? No, what is that?
Wawa? WAWA?
Wow, wow. Let me Google that. No, we don't.
No, okay.
What do they
S-
sell?
So it's a gas station, but inside, dude, there's like such good food, but no one gives the food a chance because it's apparently just a gas station. But if you go in there, they sell subs, burgers, pasta, much more.
Hey, it's 2 a.m. here, Arman. You're making me hungry now. And I can
Wh-
actually eat all of this stuff because I'm not cutting anymore.
right.
But
You
I
could also
won't because
Uber
it has
Eats.
seed oil.
You could also
Yeah,
Uber Eats, right?
I don't eat outside food that much. It's really unhealthy. They put too much oil. I need everything to be cooked in ghee or butter, so
So
my,
discipline, man.
yeah, there are ways to go about it where you can like eat outside food. For example, you have to eat like dishes that are primarily made out of eggs, and then you can tell the guy to like use butter, not whatever oil he's using. So what I
Hmm.
will typically do is I like, have you seen those small packs of butter made by
Mm-mm. No, I haven't.
Amul school packs? It has like 5-10 grams of butter.
Right.
Have you seen that before? Wait, let me send you a link to a picture.
Is it one of those triangle cheeses with a cow in front?
No, no, no. It is butter, but it's like in a small packet which you can put in a tiffin box. So you can take like a couple of packets with you and give it to wherever you're going. Like cook in this, don't cook in whatever you're going to cook in.
Oh, okay, I see it. I've never seen this
S-
before.
Yeah, so this way you can eat like healthier food even outside. Because the taste is mostly in the masalas, in the spices, and not like in the ingredients itself. And the unhealthy part typically comes in from the oil.
Hmm.
So if you can cook in butter, it's going to be high in calories, but it's not going to be unhealthy, especially if it is made in eggs. Like if it's an egg dish or a paneer dish or something, or a rice dish.
Hmm.
The unhealthy part is usually the oil and the excessive salt.
So you don't just go out of your day or throughout the week at least eat some McDonald's. Do you have a Burger King?
We do have a Burger King. I'll tell you, the last time I ate McDonald's, Arman, was 2020.
Oh
And that
wow,
was I ate
so 2 years
once
ago.
because it was like in the lockdown and I hadn't like gone out of my house for like 3 months or something like that. And then the government had just allowed people to order. So I kind of like, okay, I haven't gone out in 3 months. What's the dirtiest thing I can do today? So
That was the
that's when I
dirtiest.
had.
You guys don't have anything worse than McDonald's?
What's worse than
Unhealthy.
McDonald's?
Okay, let me think. I'm trying to think of something that doesn't have predominantly beef option.
Oh, so McDonald's doesn't have beef here in India.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I don't want to say steak and shake because I doubt you heard of steak and shake.
Okay.
Chipotle, you haven't heard of, right?
Is it like a burrito? I've heard of it nowadays in the sense I've heard of a Chipotle sauce, which is really good, but very unhealthy.
Right, right. So Chipotle, I don't know if there's one in India.
Let me Google this stuff. There might be like a similar shop selling similar food.
What about Chick-fil-A? Have you heard of that?
I've seen the Twitter account. I haven't like heard of it.
Okay.
So Chipotle, it seems like a meal box which has noodles, rice, corn, paneer, or chicken. I don't know, and beans. So yeah, this seems like a regular meal.
So it doesn't have noodles. You're talking about rice, right?
Oh, it seems like noodles or pasta. I'm not fully sure what it is.
Okay.
It looks like noodles. Like it's like a very long rice, like maybe 2 inches of rice.
2 inch. Wait a minute. Send me a picture. I don't think you're looking at the right thing.
Okay, I sent you a link in the chat.
Let me see. Oh, that's cheese.
Oh, okay,
Hmm.
right.
Yeah. So have you seen one of these bowls before?
Not really, but this seems like not that unhealthy.
No, it's
It's just
not.
like,
It just has a lot of sodium. But during my diets, I'll typically go there.
yeah, it's not. It doesn't seem super unhealthy. It
Hmm.
seems like just a bunch of ingredients put together, like a quick meal you would make as a single guy.
Right. Well, people go there hardcore. Like they have the hardcore fan base.
Yeah, makes sense. If you're gonna eat out, might as well eat something like this. It's not that unhealthy, right? It's actually pretty healthy now that I look at it. It has chicken, it has beans, it has rice, cheese. Unless they're like dressing it in oil or something, this is a healthy dish.
Hmm.
But of course, like this is just like me basing it off this one picture. Okay, this is not an endorsement of Chipotle. I don't know this brand. Never been there.
Life Math Money recommends you check out Chipotle near
I was just like wondering who's gonna quote that.
Do you think a big business ever going to just hit you up for recommendations or an endorsement? Is there food that
Mm,
you eat a lot? Don't you eat Subway a lot? Or you used
I
to?
used to. I used to. But then I realized that their bread has vegetable oil, and that
Hmm.
was a deal breaker for me.
Did you see all of Subway's different marketing tactics? Like, were you aware of Jared
Yeah, he's like a rapist, right?
as pedophile or pedophile rapist? Yeah, and
Yeah, that
then
sucks for Subway.
yeah, and then they rebranded to $5 footlongs.
It's always a mistake to like put the price as in the brand because inflation like eventually will make you change it.
Hmm. Yeah, nowadays, I mean, I don't eat Subway, man. I'm all about Team Wawa over Subway.
Let me. I don't know. I haven't tried that one. I think that if these brands they can truly be healthy if they like stop fucking it with vegetable oil and all the chemicals. Like, what's the problem? Just make something that's healthy.
Hmm.
That's what people want, right?
Right.
So I don't know why they do it. Like they want to advertise it as healthy. Like they want to like sell something that is healthy, but they don't want to make something that's healthy.
Have you ever tried Spanish food? Just chicken, rice, beans.
I've tried beans and rice, not chicken. Like not a lot of chicken.
Okay, well, one of the underrated places in Florida is you don't go to an actual Spanish restaurant, but you go to the grocery shop where you just buy produce and the typical items. And normally within those grocery shops, they have a cafe. If you go to those cafes, they hook you up with so much food. $7 and you get this big like meat, rice, black beans, and you'll think it should be like 14, $15, but they only charge you $7. So you could eat there if you're trying to get healthy food.
Hmm.
But once again, a
Maybe
lot
it's
of
like
sodium.
their AWS in the sense that this selling the food is not making the profit, but once you go there, you buy other shit, which makes the money.
Probably. Or I think it's the reverse. I think people go there for grocery shopping and they're like, we're here anyways. Let's get some hot food as well.
I don't
Where
know. Maybe.
they speak pure Spanish. So whenever I'm going there, I'm like, uh, pollo, pollo. They're like, eh, pollo means chicken. And so afterwards, they're like, uh, Mr. Armani, you get same thing all the time. Like
Oh, they know you by name.
they
That's
know me
really
by
cool.
name because I go there. I would say like once every other week, but I order the same thing all the time. So they know me now.
Ah,
All right, Harsh.
interesting.
Since it's getting pretty late over there, I mean, I don't want to hold you up any longer. This was a fun episode.
Yeah, I think if we go 10 more minutes, we'll hit 4 hours. So I didn't say anything. I just like hit the mark.
Let's just be silent.
Yeah,
Do you normally stay up this late?
not normally, but lately I have been because I've been working on the TYC course a lot. And this
Hmm.
time allows me to coordinate with more people who are not in the same time zone as I am.
Those other two people are they from India as well?
No comments.
No comments. Okay. Um, Whenever you're releasing a product on Twitter, do you also work with other people, or do you format everything yourself?
I will typically hire someone. Like the previous products I've done, I had like the art of Twitter and Live Intentionally. I formatted them myself. But in the future, I think I will hire someone else because mine are pretty plain. Like I didn't like work too much on making them pretty because I thought the content was what people were buying.
Hmm.
But I can see the point. If it looks better, then what's the problem?
Right. One thing I learned is that people do judge a book by its cover. Where if the cover doesn't look, I lost count of how many times people were like, "Bro, I literally just bought Level Up Mentality because the cover looked cool," and then I saw that the content was great too. I'm thinking, you literally just bought it because of a nice cover.
You haven't done that before, Arman?
I Let me think.
I've done that a lot of times where I just bought a book because the cover looked cool.
Yeah, I probably did that. I don't know with which book, but I'm 95% sure I've done that before.
Yeah, I've done that a lot of times. I can't even like count anymore.
You know what I hate the most about books? When it's poorly formatted. Have you ever read Henry Ford's autobiography?
I have not.
The one that I got, it's so freaking close to the spine, like the text, where you have to tilt your head like 90 degrees to read it.
Yeah, I
Eh,
hate that so much when it's like you have to break the spine to read the book.
But the book is so freaking good because Henry Ford was a billionaire. He's the founder of Ford, and his mindset in regards to business is amazing. He focuses on the first order principles. So I'm like, man, I really want to finish this book, but my neck is hurting.
Maybe you should listen to the audiobook. Who knows?
I still haven't given audiobooks a chance, but I'm more and more open to it.
Give it a try. I totally get you about badly formatted books. I just can't stand. I telling you, one of the worst feelings I get is breaking the spine of the book. You know, where you open it extremely wide,
Hmm.
just because like the text is like really close to the spine, and it adds like this whole curve to reading it. So the
Right.
line is not straight anymore.
Hmm.
So, and the only way to fix that is to, like break the spine.
Right.
But then it creates this crease on the outside, and it's like just this make the book correctly.
Format it right. Make the cover look nice. Give it a nice experience.
Yeah, sometimes the guy who is like formatting it is just being lazy. Like a friend of mine, he launched a book, but he launched it on KDP, like the Kindle publishing thing,
Hmm.
where Amazon Direct Publishing. What is it called?
Kindle Direct Publishing.
Yeah, Kindle Direct, where you can publish a paperback also.
Right.
He couldn't figure out how to get the formatting right. So what he did was he couldn't like figure out how to like make it fit the page. So he added 1 inch margins on both sides, and he made the text go all the way into the spine, and then he just sold it. And I bought a copy, and I was like, what is this?
Hmm.
Like if you had spent 2 more hours just fixing the formatting or whatever, getting customer support, this would have been such an amazing book, and now no one's gonna read this.
Right. It's a big deal.
It's a
Uh,
big deal.
I'm surprised they let him publish that because you have a previewer right before you click publish. So I'm surprised he didn't notice that.
I don't know. It's not like it's literally like to read the book, you have to break the spine at every single page.
That's awful.
Yeah, that sucks. So I could not read the book, and I don't want to return it because this book is like by a friend of mine, but it's
Hmm.
literally just trash.
Right.
So boys, if you are writing a book, hire a guy to do the formatting.
There's a new software called Atticus. You guys should check it
I
out.
have that one. Yeah, it's good.
Is it?
Yeah, Atticus. There's one more which works only on Mac, and Atticus is the one that works on all platforms.
The other one for Mac is called Vellum.
So Atticus is the good one, right?
Yes. Let me just. Yes, VELUM or
Vellum.
VUEL.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, so one time Nowadays, I mean, if you can code and you could sell the right software, there's so many little things that people need that you could make a living from. Like
I agree with you completely.
how clutch is Atticus? Because normally, I mean, if you want to get someone from Fiverr to do it, you're probably gonna have to pay. It's there's a range. Some people will charge 100 to 150. Other people may charge $40. But let's say you're going through your entire book and you format it yourself. Now you have the potential to create infinite ROI because let's say you're making money immediately. There was no upfront cost unless you had someone make the cover for $15. But $15 cover, free formatting because you did it, you get $15 in sales and you already made your money back. And
Hmm.
this asset lives for life. Where with Amazon, like you may not get initial sales in the beginning, but over time it indexes the book and it'll send different people to purchase the book.
Yeah, I've heard Amazon is way more passive.
Way more passive. Where I have a book called Speakeasy: How to Be Articulate, Assertive, and Audacious Around People, which is currently available on Amazon. And what Amazon has been doing, Harsh, is that they bundle this book with another book. I think it's called like How to Speak Effectively, which is a pretty popular book. So they're randomly just picking my book and bundling it with this one. So I'm getting a whole bunch of sales anytime someone buys that book. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, can you repeat what you said? I'm so sorry. I zoned out for a sec.
Yeah, no problem. It's pretty late. So I have a book called Speakeasy: How to Be
Mhm.
Articulate, Assertive, and Audacious Around People. And I wrote this book last year. Recently, I noticed it's been getting a whole bunch of passive sales without me ever promoting it. And I check that this book is being bundled with another book called How to Speak More Effectively, which is a pretty popular speaking book. So Amazon
Hmm.
randomly just bundled my book with another popular book to create a brand new offer. So whenever he gets a sell, I get a sell. Whenever I get a sell, he gets a sell.
That's amazing. That's
Right?
good.
I mean, it's completely passive. Where the way that I view it, Harsh, is is digital real estate.
I agree with that assessment. I think it's passive income, and once you make it, it's there forever. So it's like an investment.
Bro, you should grab your blogs and eventually make a paperback.
I'm
I'd
going
love
to
to
do
read.
that.
I'd love to
Mhm.
read your paperback book like by hand, the blogs at least, because you have a lot of. Well, you're building a portfolio at this point.
I think by the end of this year, I might do it.
Mm-hmm. Your site still doing well?
It is. It is. It is. It is. But it. I'm writing a lot, but the purpose is nowadays I'm writing an article with the purpose of turning it into a YouTube video.
Oh, okay.
So it isn't just writing an article for writing an article.
Well, your content stacking at this stage.
Yeah, it's kind of like lighting one candle to light the others,
Mm,
something like that.
that's smart.
How is your YouTube channel and everything doing?
I was doing decent. What I've noticed with YouTube recently is that they promote my backlog of videos, where some of my oldest videos are nowadays getting a lot more traffic. So this one video that I did called "Shortness of Breath While Speaking" is soon that's going to be my number one video on my channel, and I recorded this in I'd say December 2020. So now it's like the number one video. Google is even sending traffic to it. So um yeah, so it's strange. Like old videos are now picking up steam.
Hmm. I think that YouTube is a lot like a search engine, right? Versus say something like Twitter, where once you tweet, your tweet dies after 2 days.
Hmm.
But YouTube is a search engine. People are searching for content, so your old content gets like still gets eyes.
Right.
Interesting.
Like I'm trying to I'm trying to see if I which word it is that I rank for. So if you just type in shortness of breath speaking,
Let me
normally
go there.
on YouTube,
Shortness of breath speaking.
do you see one of my YouTube videos?
I do. Hey, I like the whole background you've put up. It's like you're in the stars and
Yeah.
damn, have you seen these fortune tellers? You look like that with the whole expression and what you're doing with your hands.
I literally just screenshotted a random uh, picture. I'm not too good at creating thumbnails, but this video has literally just been growing. So I see this eventually becoming like my number one video.
How you should try like putting a better thumbnail. I don't know. How what is it like the click through rate from this thumbnail like in the analytics?
Let me check. Here, I'm gonna check once we're done with our call, just because I can't check it from my phone. Can I check?
Okay. What's like a good click through rate for your thumbnails? Like what is considered good?
I would say like 3 to 4%. I mean, this is something that I plan to automate soon. I just need a little bit more cash flow, and then I want all my videos just thumbnail, because that's the biggest thing, like thumbnail and headline. Which
I don't know. I make my thumbnails myself and I seem to get about 5-6% every video.
5-6%, I think that's a good one. But your life math money, man, where they're like, oh damn, like you have a big Twitter audience, so they're just like they're very excited to
No,
see
but
you in
this
a
is
different angle.
impressions click through rate. I don't know if it's like coming directly from Twitter or people's recommendations, like,
Right, right,
YouTube
right.
recommendations to strangers. But I think, what goes into making a good thumbnail is to
Hmm.
have an interesting picture, like have the text on the picture, and to know a bit of color theory. You know what color theory is?
Yes, I recall you bringing it up a couple of episodes ago.
Yeah, so for example, for my latest video, how to be a more interesting person, I have like green, but on the green, I have purple, which makes the green and the purple both look good. So it's about knowing what colors look good to humans in combinations. So it's like yellow and purple also do really well.
Hmm.
And you want to pick contrasting colors, complementary colors, and that makes a thumbnail look beautiful.
You
But
have
I'm not
certain
an expert. Yeah.
you have certain things in your business where you're like, I can't wait to outsource this shit.
I've outsourced all of those things that
Okay.
I
Okay. There's like it's like some things where you're like, yeah, I can learn it, but I really don't want to learn this shit.
yeah, like editing sound, etc. It's yeah, it's like all the tedious work.
All the tedious stuff.
But some things you can't outsource that you have to do anyway. For example, I can't outsource the content creation, and I would not want to.
Everyone reaches that insight eventually. Eventually, I was having this call with a pretty big account, and you know him too. I just don't want to name drop. And he's just like, man, everything at this stage I could outsource. I have an assistant for this, this, this. But the one thing that I can't outsource is content. Content is king. So he reached that insight from years and years of work, but now he knows it. And you know it too.
Yeah, I don't think so. I know some people who do outsource content and they use ghostwriters, but it's like, come on, man. At that point, why even do it?
Bro, that just feels wrong to me.
Yeah, it's like it's the true sellout.
Back to Pitbull.
Yeah, that's like, come on, man. Like, come on. Like, you're
That's a
not even like
sellout.
your own philosophy anymore. Like, that's like someone else writing in your name.
Dude, what a good comparison. That's a sellout right there.
And I know a pretty big account who is a sellout. So I'm not
Really?
gonna like drop his name. Like, not
Drop his
not
name. Drop
related.
his name.
No, 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 no. He's a good guy. He's just really busy. And he's not like not from Life Math Money. I know him from like in a completely different way. Like I know
Hmm.
him in real life. He's not producing self improvement related content. So not on Twitter,
Yeah.
but he does like something completely different related to education. He writes books but he doesn't actually write the book. He just lends his name,
Hmm.
but he's pretty popular.
Ghostwriting is on the rise nowadays.
Yeah, but it's like, what's the point?
There's this famous song. You may have even heard of it. It's called Still Dre. Have you heard
I
of
have
it?
not heard of it. No,
By Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg.
I've heard
And
of Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg.
okay, well, it came out recently that Jay Z wrote that song. And when Snoop Dogg said that Jay Z wrote that song, it just ruined the magic for me. Where I'm thinking, what? That song was ghostwritten? And Jay Z is great in his own right, but something about it, man, it just took away the magic of that song.
Wait, aren't most songs written by someone else and then sung by the person singing it? Or do they have to be written by the singer?
Yeah, I would say that's the common practice. But the goats, like the greatest of all times, they write their own music. Where
Oh, okay.
I believe Eminem writes all of his own songs. Have you heard of Eminem?
Yeah, he has good music. But Eminem does rap. I mean, like, for example, if you take a normal song which has lyrics
Hmm.
and then there's a composition, like composing the song, I can see the musician doing the composition versus some other guy writing the lyrics.
Right. So is that a non-negotiable for you? No one can ever touch Life Math Money's content.
Yeah, that's a non negotiable for me. Because my goal with Life Math Money is not to make money, right? It is like spreading a better culture that I believe in and that I know works from my own experience. So I have like a, it is like, let me give you an analogy. If you take a Christian guy and be like, I'm going to change the Bible for you, it's going to make you more money. Will a Christian let you do that?
No.
Exactly. It's like that.
And you said your main purpose was to bring back traditional values into the modern world. Do
Not
you?
all traditional values, the ones that I know work. Like there are many traditional values that are complete bullshit, like non-violence.
Mhm.
So the ones that work in my experience.
Would you say there's anything in the modern world with women that work better than traditional values?
Yeah, for example, I don't think it's right. Like I think having women educated is a good thing
Hmm.
because it kind of lets her contribute, and also it improves the functioning of the household. It also improves the children's education. So I don't think women should not be allowed to study. Likewise, with women, I also think that women should not be kept at home forcefully, in the sense that they should be allowed to go out, exercise, be fit and strong. They should be encouraged to be in great health. I also think that women should be taught about their bodies and not like kept in the dark about how, their periods and everything function, which is how things were in the past, right? So I do think that there are many things that are like good about the modern world which should be incorporated. So it's about doing what is working. Like it's about doing what works and not just doing what is old. You see what I mean? There's a difference.
Correct.
Like the people who say like you're just medieval, they miss the point. They think that you want something just because it's old, when really you want something because it's working. It worked well, and the current thing is not working.
Hmm.
So that's a difference.
And that's the ultimate philosophy of Life Math Money. Would you say that your brand vision evolved more? Because I recall in the beginning stages, it seemed more so for male self improvement.
It
Nowadays, it
is for
seems
male self improvement.
okay. So nowadays, it's still male self improvement, not more
Yeah,
cultural.
it is cultural improvement via male self improvement, in the sense that
Ah, I see.
as a man improves, he will fix his culture, and we're going to give him guidance on what to like, where to start. Here are some good points that you can think about, etc. It's Have you seen this cliche thing where almost everyone who's a leftist is a complete dork, like their physiology sucks, they're skinny fat, and almost everyone who goes to the gym and is fit is typically traditionalist.
I
or
guess
more
that's true.
masculine, or
Uh
you
huh.
see what I mean?
Right.
So when you fix your life, a lot of the things take care of themselves.
I mean, going to the gym it's just a change in philosophy. When you see that no one can lift the weights for you, it's only you and the weights. There should be a level of accountability that's being cultivated.
Yes, I think it also fixes your hormones and mentality though. Like how
Yes.
many feminists you know who are fit and jacked? Like male feminists. They're almost always these computer dorks who are like, physically weak.
Well, okay, yeah. So with a lot of male feminists, they seem dorky, but with a lot of women feminists, I noticed some of them are pretty hot nowadays.
Yeah, see, the women feminists are like, women are easy to manipulate and they're getting manipulated, but I'm talking about the men. Like the only men who fall for feminism are dorks, like whose testosterone levels are really low.
hmm
Like you give a man testosterone, he will stop being feminist
Do you
unless he's
think?
like being paid to be feminist, like a politician.
Do you think they all have the same definition of feminism?
The real definition of feminism is to go for more rights for women and less rights for men. It is not about equality. It is about where, let's say, women have something that men don't. No one cares. Where women don't have something that men do, then they want equality or whatever.
Were you ever a male feminist before?
No.
I had this one buddy who he used to be Bernie bro and was I've actually seen this guy evolve to a brand new person. But even during that era, Harsh, like me, him, we were roommates, and
Mhm.
our definition of a feminist was equal rights, right, for men and women. But the definition you gave, I mean, this isn't what we identified with when we said, yeah, I see the case for feminism,
It's a practical definition of feminism, how it is in the real world.
like the third wave or the new era of feminism.
It is how feminism exists today. You know
Do you
how things have like a fake meaning, like a theoretical meaning and a real meaning?
right?
This is the real meaning of feminism.
Do
There
you
are
see
theoretical meanings, but this is the real one.
do you see any benefits of feminism?
Um, there are certainly benefits to everything, but I think it has done more harm than good. I can think of many benefits though. For example, it has given access to education to women. It has also allowed women to like come up with their issues to people. Otherwise, if a woman is being exploited, she has nowhere to go. It has also kind of made life better, like for families too. Like a child has like access to more experience from both parents, etc. But overall, I think it has done, at least in recent years, more damage than it has helped. In the sense that feminism achieved its goal of equality, and now it's just like wanting more and more and
Wanting
more.
more?
Arman, I need to get some sleep. It's 2:30.
Okay, we ended up doing a long episode today, which I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, me neither, but it was a good episode.
Great episode, man. Any final thoughts?
None. What about you?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you guys for joining the Unapologetic Truths episode, and we will catch you next
With
time.
Arman and Harshina.
All right. See ya.
Bye bye.